And welcome back to another episode of Wild Beyond the Witchlight, the Carnival Cards. Welcome back to the stormy mountains of Yon. The rain is pouring and the lightning still continuing to crackle in the distance. And some particular lightning actually struck Xaxx last session, and I'll get onto that in a minute. But yes, Flash appeared before you. The session began with you guys near the granite sorry, clan. That's the one. The the Corrids of the Logberry Henge have been united one by one, and you got around to the Granite clan, and they were trying to organize the Granite Games. That way, it would spur them on and inspire them to sort of join in, and it would prove to them that you're fit for leadership, and they would only really respect you if you were able to sort of beat them in their own contest. And sure enough, you found your ways. As a group, you'd normally be kind of outmatched in a game of strength. However, you came up with unique and interesting ideas like finding different shaped rocks that might be useful, and there were no rules on the size of the rock. So some of you found kind of like flat skipping stones. Some of you tried to oil those up, didn't quite work. Some of you used small marbles, and they seemed to bounce and ping down everywhere. And I think, yeah, Rodolfo got really far with that one, bouncing it all the way. And then suddenly you saw, what's her name? Azil, one of the leader of the Granite Clan, just launched this huge boulder, and it felt like almost an insurmountable uh, role. But finally, Xaxx, you picked out this long pillar of a rock that was just steamrolling the rest of the competition, and somewhere in the distance, legends say that rock is still rolling and still going down that hill. So yeah, you smashed it out the park with a nat 20 and ended up getting something like a 46 on the distance, which has broken the record and broken the minds of the Granite clan, who clearly saw there's some competition to be had here. So next up, they challenged you to the tug of hair, which is like tug of war, except instead of a rope, they sort of tied their hair together and used that. And this was such a close competition. You started off really well, pulling them to the very edge of the line, and then suddenly they seemed to master their strength. And they incorporated the Corrid dance, which apparently works. Corrid dance moves embolden them and strengthen them. And you started to slip back, and despite being turning into horses and using the strength of a draft horse and trying to use acid, make grooves, and it just wasn't enough. And they finally pulled you over the line and cheered in celebration. But it wasn't over yet. It was 1-1, one to the Carnival clan cards, and one to the Corrid clan. So this was to be decided, the winner with the rock climbing, and I don't think anyone was expecting for the spider to come out. Nox transformed into that kind of hairy, yellow, fluffy thing, and just started scaling miles above the others. I don't think even if I'd have remembered to use the complications table, I don't think even that would have slowed you down. And then second place went to Tanwen, and then finally the Koreds, who were completely stupefied by your climbing skills, reached the top, and they had no choice but to crown you guys the winner. And I believe you were given a medallion, Nox. It's this sort of intricate stone medallion made of granite. It has interlocking circles, and they said that this can give you tremor sense for like a minute, right? Sort of activate it, and you're able to sort of feel the vibrations of the stone and rock. You can feel the movements of nearby creatures all around you, and you probably hear every raindrop hitting the stone. But yeah, it might be a useful thing, especially if you're like blinded or there's like obscure fog, or if you're in complete darkness. That's the kind of time they say is useful to have that activate. And yeah, and then it seemed the Granite Clan were more than happy to join you. So you headed out past the Fey Beacons once again and got to the Marble Clan. And the Marble Clan are in a bit of a state. They've seemingly lost their spark, their inspiration. They accused Bitter End of graffitiing and defacing all their art and statues. And since then, they've kind of they've really had the wind taken out of their sails. It's obvious. And Rodolfo, you tried your best to talk to them and convince them this is a good opportunity to join in. They might be one of the last clans, and they can still be a use despite them just being artists. There's still totally a use for them on the battlefield. So they said that they were going to try and discuss this, but with your insight, you kind of judged that they're going to take more than just words to really convince them. And that's when you noticed just a couple of the small Corrid, the young ones. They were like, psst, psst, over here. They kind of beckoned you, and you began to talk to them. They said that they had an idea. They were going to sort of create something to sort of bring them around and inspire them, but they hadn't fully committed to an idea yet. They just sort of gathered the materials, and you guys happened to come along at the right time. So I think you guys decided to start making some heads, busts of Enderlin, and see if those would inspire them, because they can smash them to pieces and get riled up that way. Let loose that anger. So you've began the kind of process. Some of you have snuck off, gathered more materials. Some of you have given your best shot at crafting a few of them, and I think Nox, you tried making them, didn't you? You got like an 11. So they're coming along, but they're gonna need some work, it seems. And also the hammering and the carving of these stones is making quite a bit of noise, and you want this to be a surprise. So if you have any ideas on how to sort of muffle the noise or distract the others if they come looking, I'm all ears. How do you continue to fix this? Oh, you have an idea? Who's
An
talking?
idea. It is
Okay.
me. I can cast Pass Without Trace. That will nullify or at least
Muffle.
muffle. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for. The sound that the hammers are making, or basically any sound, will be
Yeah.
muffled if everyone's like happy for me to do that.
Yeah, the cards sound like it's a great idea. Yeah, if you've got some magic to make it quiet. I heard that Briganox can do stuff like that. But yeah, this will work.
What about the others? In the
That's a
Carnival
great
Cards?
idea, Knox. I was thinking about using my spiraling writing kit, but I was afraid the ink would run for decorating them. But that is a great idea.
Yeah,
I mean,
can.
I have a little bit of minor illusion, so I can't do much, but I can create, a little bit of a cover for us. It can be a sound to cover something, but I can't block out sound. Or it can just be like maybe a 5-foot door blocking something else, or a rock just in the right place.
The only other thing I could think of was acting like I was drunk and borrowing a hammer and swinging around and hitting things and having them think that I drank too much and
I mean, we could
was
just
on a
go
bender.
for distraction and drive them in the other direction while we have Pass Without Trace.
I can command them to go away.
Oh,
That's
that's
even better.
brilliant.
But they know that has been cast on them, right?
Yes, I'll command them, go clean up over there and come back when it's done.
Because I have Charm Person, but they know that it will happen. So they, after an hour it wears off. So it's not so useful if we want to keep up relations.
Let me check.
Right, Bill, how long does it take to make a bust out of stone? Like 20 minutes? So an hour's lots of time.
It is obvious, my friend, you have never been an artisan. This is a delicate process. Takes
well,
many years of training and many long hours of working.
I could also I could also inflict wounds on the stone to shape it into the shape we need it to be, and like chip at it that way.
Wow. Okay, I didn't expect that, but yeah, you could definitely try that if you wanted.
You can definitely try. Is
Not not
always
just
a good
doing
sign.
okay. Like you can see they're getting a form shaped out of the head. It looks like a head, but it's not got the kind of finer details quite fixed yet. So Nox switches over to Baby casting that spell, and it starts to muffle the noise. And if you want to give it a shot, yeah,
Yeah.
I guess this would be your spellcasting ability.
Yeah,
sort
I'm
of-
gonna inflict wounds on the stone and to try
Okay.
to shape, and specifically trying to shape it, not to like break it in
Of
half,
course.
but trying to shape it.
Yeah, it's quite a delicate process, but I'll still say a wisdom check would be appropriate because it is your spellcasting.
Just
And
a
I'm
straight
going to get rid of
wisdom.
that template. I think
Should have
straight
forgot how
wisdom, but well, it'd be. We'll add your proficiency as well.
I forgot how big the template is for passing that trace.
How come it's not?
Is it 30 feet?
It's 30
Big,
feet,
yeah.
but it like took over the whole, like most of the map.
Yeah, this map isn't scaled to that. If you click, is it Alt Shift Alt C? It'll untarget everything, I think, or it might be Control Alt C.
I'm trying to do a wisdom check. It's
That's
not
Shift Alt C.
rolling.
Shift. Oh. No, I might have to do it manually.
No, because there's tokens that are so
Oh,
so many.
Belle.
Hold on, well, let me try.
You're the
I
game
can't
master.
roll.
You can
Yeah,
fix
it is. It's shift. It should be Shift Alt and C all together.
Oh my god. Shift, Alt, and C.
C. Yeah, you go.
Yay!
You'll get
Yeah, it worked.
it.
Woo.
Sorry, Xaxx. Did you say you're having trouble rolling?
I can't. Yeah, I need to back out of the game and go back in. I can't roll.
Okay,
right now.
yeah, just give it a reload. And then, so whilst that's being shaped, the sound is muffled. And Rodolfo, you're creating some sort of illusion. Like, was it by the door so that they can't
yeah.
see in?
Exactly. Yeah. And again, I'm gonna do the James Bond style thing where like the illusion is exactly what it would be if we weren't there. From Die Another Day. I
Okay.
don't know if anybody remembers that. Anyway.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. You're trying
It
to make
shows
it look-
exactly, yeah, what's right behind us, so you wouldn't
Right.
see. Yeah.
Got it. The muffling sound. I'll tell you what. We'll have a role involved in this because I like to think you're concentrating on trying to keep this spell going. So,
Yes.
can you give me a wisdom stealth check? It's a weird one, but do
Me?
you have proficiency in stealth? No, this will be for Yaz.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Thank God.
So Nox, you've
Stealth
got
check was that?
yeah, but instead of adding your dex, we're going to say you're adding your spellcasting ability. So it's wisdom. So
Oh, that's not too bad actually.
and of course that's plus 10 from past that trace. The 19 is way above
Yes.
the Corrid's passive perception.
It's
which
sneaky,
is-
sneaky.
Yeah, it is. The sneaky sneak goes off without a hitch. Doesn't even look like you could possibly fail that. In fact, magic helps. It definitely helps like go a long way. But if there was one or two glancing in that direction, all they would see is that rock face at the back of the cave, and so that pretty much clears that check. When Xaxx gets back in, he can give me that necrotic masonry check. I guess we call it. Oh, 17. That is a success as well.
Plus my proficiency makes it a 20.
20. Wow. Okay. Okay. Just describe how this looks as you. Do you like chip away, or does it crack, or turn to dust?
So as with other spells that I have, a whole bunch of little Xaxxes come out with little hammers and chisels and things, and they start just shaping it and trying to get away at it. Little necrotic Xaxxes.
Nice. They've all got little tiny hammers and chisels. That's great. The nose, eyes, and all the other pieces seem to start coming together. and I think we rolled last time to see if you could remember what she looked like, and it wasn't too high. But you do remember this though, Rodolfo, even with a 7. The problem is that her face was mostly covered in the picture, and that's probably why you're having trouble recalling the features. It was just this veil, this dark veil, almost like as if she was at some sort of funeral or dark ball. So,
Ooh.
so to kind of capture that, you don't have to worry too much about the features precisely. You can just sort of have this humanoid face underneath the veil, sort of just shaped there. But it's very obvious it's Enderlin, even despite not having the face shown. Now, if there's anything else you have an idea for, like, will it enhance this or finishing touches, so to speak, then I'm all ears. Like, do you want to paint it, or do you want to add anything onto it? Because it's just marble stone at the moment.
I don't have any colored paint. I only have ink, unfortunately. But paint can be made out of ground stone, like colored stone, colored marble, ground down can turn into a paint. So if we wanted to color it, I imagine that the Marble Clan will have that already.
They haven't got like a myriad of colors, but luckily for you, Enderlin's it's mostly just the black that you need to paint the veil, and maybe some lighter colors for like a pale face. So I'll say that they're actually quite easy to access. They've got some darker stone which you can easily grind down.
Yeah. I've got black ink, and whatever they have will certainly help.
There you go. Black ink is perfect. And who wants to do that painting? Probably be something like a performance check.
Garbage at performance checks.
I have a +3 to performance, but I haven't been rolling well.
I mean, I can try.
I'm still exhausted, so I'm going to roll at a disadvantage for everything I do today. So
Oh, that's a
don't
good
think
point.
me.
I'm also exhausted.
Well, you guys did a long rest.
Yeah, but I had 2 levels of exhaustion.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
did we end up taking a
forgot.
long rest? Sorry.
Yes.
We did at the end of last session. Yeah.
Oh, then I.
Well, this is the night right now. You're sort of
Yeah.
painting on through the night so that you can surprise them in the morning.
Yeah. So Tarquin would be sleeping.
Okay. There you go.
Because
You guys can get the long rest in. It's just it will be in the morning when the exhaustion goes away.
yeah.
Well, I guess
And I
I'll
still
roll.
have 2 levels of exhaustion. So even if I sleep all night, I'm still exhausted tomorrow, and we'll be rolling with disadvantage.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll let you sleep.
hmm
I'm gonna roll for performance with guidance. Oof! I told you, not rolling well.
Oh no.
This is embarrassing.
12 though.
12.
I mean,
12.
yeah,
Could be worse.
you sort of start painting with as much detail as you can, and then after a few splodges and mix-ups, you end up sort of realizing it's probably going to be easy to just cover the whole thing in ink, and that's what it kind of results to. It's all one color. It's just all black.
You know what? The shape is the important thing. The silhouette is
Yeah.
going to be the scariest part. So coloring, not so much.
Yeah.
Right?
Considering who she deals with, the silhouette might actually be a good thing. Shadowy and all that.
Oh yes.
We can fix it in post.
You've accumulated 4 points so far. 2 for the stealth, 2 for the necrotic masonry, and then I think you just need 1 more point, and you'll be clear. But I can't think of anything else. But if you guys want to come up with stuff, that's totally down to you. Like the creative design process, you need to accumulate like 5 points basically to complete the skill challenge, and you kind of got there mostly. You only need 1 thing to tip it The Corrid children are seemingly happy with the product, but they're like, yeah, this is cool and all, but when we going to make loads of these? Yeah, we were going to make lots, so lots of small ones to smash to pieces. We got the mold. I guess we can duplicate this, right? We can make a mold of this one, and then make loads of them.
Do you have some materials to make things out of clay? Clay is
Yeah,
easy.
yeah.
Yeah.
We've got a
Okay.
little mixer over here.
Oh, wonderful. Then let's do that. I mean, is the goal to make them perfect or just to make a lot of them? I thought it was just to.
We're gonna make one so each of the elders can smash them.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So then quantity versus quality, and it doesn't matter if the face is a little loopy. Yes, let's get the mold and the clay.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
How can we help you? You are the expert here.
We got this little mixing barrel, and then we'll use the clay. It's like they've got cement effectively, but they don't know what to call it. They're like it's like soft stone, and then it hardens. So you got to
So
be
like clay? It sounds like clay.
It's like clay, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So
That works for me.
they show you how to do the necessary things.
Oh yeah.
But they're like, well, but we're not allowed to use them normally because it's really hot, and you can get burnt, and the cement can also harden and make a mess.
Okay.
So we need someone who's got a steady hand, or someone who knows how to keep the temperature just right.
I can do that. I can try that. Keeping the temperature right.
I mean, Rodolfo he wouldn't have done anything with temperature, like blacksmithing or anything, but as an artisan in terms of his brewing, he would be used to using tools, to cranking things out, to monitoring and making sure that things don't overheat or don't go bad. I think that'll help.
Definitely. Yeah, I would say you could use your brewer's supplies, knowledge, or training to get the mixture of, like, the mold, the mixture of the clay just right.
Yeah. I can judge when the mix is right and when it's too soft and too hard or whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you could add your intelligence and then your proficiency as well to this roll,
Okay.
and you could guidance as well.
And what am I rolling? Is it
This would be
performance?
basically your brewer's tools. Yeah, what you do is you click the tool from your actual inventory if it's there, and then it will ask you in the chat what you want to use.
Okay. Oh, I did click it.
Is there like a dice icon on the brew, on your items, not on your main character?
Oh, it's on
Let me
the
see if you got some.
items inventory.
Yeah, tools are a little different because you got to roll them from.
Brewer supplies.
the
Okay,
item.
yep, there we go. So use brewer supplies.
Yeah,
And
should be a little dice icon.
ability with intelligence.
Yeah.
Situational bonus. Well, I'll put 1d4.
Yeah, that'll do. Oh my lord, nat 20. Amazing. So
What's up for it?
this is actually much more important than you'd maybe initially thought. Getting the mixture correct means that there's no cracks or faults in the busts. They all come out almost identical to the original. And yeah, you've got them all the right same size. They don't crumble as they come out of the mold either. And yeah, the heat to the right temperature, perfect. They actually get all done. It's not also a matter of how quickly can you work as well, because you want to get all of these ready for the morning. And sure enough, they're all prepared just as everyone is waking up from their long rest. You're probably exhausted yourself, but
possibly, but
you're
also
working.
like very proud of himself. Like he's
Absolutely
very happy with himself. Done very well.
Ah,
okay.
Yeah. You can take a load off and get your spell slots back and enjoy a long rest. Probably naps in between each one. Yeah. Now that you've built your evocative art, the Marble Clan are they finished at some point during the night or their discussion, but they didn't disturb you. You can present these if you wish. The children are also kind of sleeping in a pile. They're just like snoring.
Okay. Tarquin, are you still exhausted? We need a show person to really make a good show of it.
No, I'm all good. Right. What do we need to do?
We just need to, show them our work and impress them with the plan.
Right. Let me just. He just cracks his neck, dusts off his hat. Right. Let's get ready for the performance. Right.
See the children corridor kind of rubbing their eyes and like, well, did you finish? Oh,
Well,
and they
you judge. How do you think we did? Not
they look
bad, huh?
amazing.
Right?
Did you use magic to copy them or something?
Just skill and hard work. Let that be a lesson to you. Stay in school.
Right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we
Now-
learned from the best.
Alright, now, what's the best way to go about this? If you all stay here, perhaps standing in front of the bust, ready to, do you have like something you could cover them with, like a cloth or something?
Yeah.
Alright, then,
Our hair.
yeah, that will work. Then when I'll go get the elders and tell them that the children have been working hard and they've got something to show them. And when they come in, I'll give some sort of signal. You'll know it when you see it, and you reveal what you've done. And then we'll explain what's happening, and hopefully things will go as expected. Right.
Okay, we wait here.
No. Right. Off to find the elders, I guess. The wonderful elders of Marble.
Yeah, not too hard. You kind of navigate yourself through the marble maze and courtyard, the many statues that have been defaced or graffitied, and you find yourself at the spiral staircase leading up to the very high balcony. And you can hear some murmuring voices. And as you walk up, you see that the corridors all kind of turn to you, and their expression hasn't really changed much from the first night.
Good morning, or I suppose that's appropriate, Marble Elders. Based on your expressions, I'm guessing your deliberations have been long and arduous. Have you come to a decision as of yet? In fact, let me stop you there, actually, before you answer. Your young
Yes.
ones have been working very hard on a surprise for you. Something that I feel will help stir up the fires of creativity and everything within your souls. So if you would like to follow me, I think
The
even
young
if...
ones?
Yes.
Made something?
Yes.
The prospect of this is surprising to them. They haven't made art in a very long time, it feels.
Yes. They've made something, and I think not only will you be impressed, but you will be inspired. They've worked very hard, honestly. I don't think I've ever, in all of my time, seen children work so hard. Even at the carnival, when they were trying to win, like, a particularly big teddy bear, I've never seen them try so hard. But anyway, follow me.
Okay, they follow you down the spiral staircase.
And
It's temporary. It's an emergency. Ah! Sorry, I'm explaining something. Alrighty, so we head down, and they all gather up, and they seem to be a bit confused. They're all like, what is this? Why were the children up so late? They should have been in bed. I don't understand." And they come out of their little hidey hole, and
Right.
they pull back their hair, and you see the statues all lined up, and they turn around. There's a shock and a gasp from the crowd initially, as if, "Oh God, what have they done? They've made effigies of Enderlin Moongrave. Have they suddenly turned? Are they like have they
Right.
made a cult?"
And
But the gasps suddenly subside into awe and marvel at their work because, well, you got your guys' work, should I
Yeah.
say?
But-
Not their work.
But the kids did a lot of the work as well. But, and here's the important part, I bet you're all wondering, if they had this creative urge, why of all things would they make a statue, a bust of the bitter end? Well, bust is an appropriate name. He twirls his quarterstaff, because you can do this. He just swings it down on one of them.
Oh, yeah, I get roll to attack her. Yes.
Yes,
See if you
please.
smash it. Do the honors. Oh no. 12.
I mean, it's a
Well, I'm sure they're
stationary
not that high
bust.
AC.
I mean, they're
But-
made of hardened clay, basically.
Yeah, I think the kid probably freaks out a little bit as the quarterstaff's coming towards them. They like drop it to the floor and back away as the quarterstaff comes down and cracks it. It doesn't smash it to pieces, but you definitely see a fissure down the face, and it kind of like distorts it slightly. You know how it
Yeah.
kind of like makes it crooked, and there's another gasp from everyone as if like, what? You're just destroying the art, but
Exactly.
normally it's Bitter End who vandalizes our art.
But now you get to vandalize Bitter End.
They begin to sort of turn to each other, and their eyes are like wide. Some of them are smirking, and I like definitely warming up to the idea. And sure enough, one of them hefts up a very large mason, like hammer, and steps forward, says, "May I?"
Yes, and as one thing, as you swing down your hammer, perhaps let out some of your anger, perhaps in words, you know, just to show exactly why you're destroying this statue. Let out your
Yeah.
temper.
I'll admit I've been a bit disgruntled.
Exactly.
This feels like taking back the power.
Exactly.
And he swings down with a heavy hit. And this just, well, I've got their roll, yeah. Let's see. Great club. See if he smashes it to pieces. I forgot how much damage they can do. It's insane. 20 points to that statue, basically pulverizes it to dust and flattens it as if it was made of paper mache. And he, with it smashed to pieces, he lets out like a hearty laugh, like, ha ha ha! Take that, Bitter End! Ah, that felt good! Here, everyone, join in! Trust me, it'll definitely inspire you. And yeah, sure enough, they all sort of rally together. They bring out their own masonry tools that they've definitely got to like wipe off some dust. They all kind of like line up and they're like 1, 2, 3, and they just heave down and smash them. One of them like throws them in the air and baseball bats it, and they're all kind of cheering and laughing. Just a total 180 from when you first saw them as the kind of disheartened looking clan.
Now, tell me, elders, how do you feel?
I feel invigorated, and Mallow speaks up as well and says, We can't just sit here and just sulk. We need to take down Bitter End.
Exactly.
Just like we... Yeah. Man, this has got my blood pumping. We'll be happy to join the henge.
Excellent.
The Lockberry unite.
Exactly. The Lockberry unite, and we'll put, and hopefully we'll both lock and bury Bitter End.
Man, how many of these did you make? The kids bring out the next lot.
We also made a mold in case you ever want to make more.
Oh, brilliant! Man, this is gonna be a like a normal occurrence. Like every week we should bust these out.
Exactly. And what's more, I think perhaps we have the opportunity for a new event to unite the clans. Perhaps they can request things that annoy them for you to make into art, so that they can enact here. We can call it a rage room, perhaps something like that.
I was just gonna say that.
Rage room. Oh my god, yes. Oh, brilliant. I just make sure to wear like protective goggles
Yeah.
and
Yes.
yeah.
And if you
That
need
sounds fun.
obviously your tools and stuff may get some wear and tear, so if you need them to get insured, you can speak to Xaxx. He deals with that sort of things. But
Well,
anyway,
wear and tear wouldn't factor into insurance because that's what they're designed for.
I know,
But it
but
would be more so
if they
if
got busted or something, as part of it.
yeah,
Busted?
Liability insurance certainly
Yeah.
would be
yeah.
important.
The insurance would be more on people getting hurt while in the rage room,
Yeah.
and the liability there. Yeah,
Yeah.
As you
Despite
mentioned that.
reasonable precautions.
exactly.
As you mentioned, people getting hurt, you hear one of the young Corrids from above. They're like, "Look out below!" And you see them edging a statue towards from the balcony. It just like tips over, comes towards the group.
This also reminds me as to why handrails are a good idea.
Handrails are a
And smash.
fantastic idea.
And safety helmets and safety goggles.
Yeah.
And gloves.
As Rodolfo wipes like bits of broken ceramic out of his hair and dust out of his eyes.
Possibly,
Yeah, definitely shattered everywhere.
possibly hairnets.
Hairnets. Optional.
But
Optional.
yes,
An extra fee.
we shall, of course, be waiting for you at the henge. I should probably explain that our idea for yourselves, apart from seeing how you can swing those mallets about, you can probably do some damage on the battlefield, is to you can create statues. Could you essentially create like a depression in the ground using that same sort of ability, almost to create like sinkholes and such that you could then disguise using your artistry? Or perhaps pillars,
We can-
spikes.
We
I was
can
thinking.
shoot. Sorry, go.
No, please go ahead.
Well, we can shape stone to whatever purpose that suits you.
Yes.
Large rocks into weapons, idols, or we can make
Yeah.
a small passage through a wall.
That-
So it makes
I
sense.
agree.
We could make a trench, or what is it
Exactly.
you had in mind?
A trench with maybe some sort of layer over the top, so that when weight gets put onto it from the enemies, they just drop into it onto spikes.
Yes, we can shape doors, and
Excellent.
like if you want to make a trapdoor, certainly we can.
That would be perfect. And of course, we can also use your archery to make it appear like there is far more of us than there actually is. Vast army
That was
raised
my
up.
idea. Yes, create silhouettes of other soldiers in the army. We have people just around the bend. We will cause them.
And perhaps, if you really want to push your archery to its limits and shape stone to its limits, you could even potentially make it look like we have something like a giant fighting alongside, because that would probably strike fear into them. The very mountains coming to life to fight at our side.
Yeah.
That definitely will push us, but we'll give it a shot. If it means taking down Bitter End.
Exactly. Right, so with that decided, it is only Slate that we need to deal with, and then we'll have a
And we're
clean
good.
slate ready for the day to begin on our mission, I suppose.
Seems fitting. We'll meet you by the Lockberry Henge. Come on,
Right.
clan. Let's gather up some supplies and head out.
Yeah.
And yeah, they go about their business. What are you gonna do about yours?
We have to get to Slate now, I guess, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
To the
Do we
slate.
know-
Slate
are
clan. They're on the other side of the Fey beacons, past the moon lightning rod.
Right. Do you know much about these Fey beacons? like what the do they just rotate randomly, or is there some sort of purpose to it? Or who would know?
Randomly? No, but we have noticed that one seems to be lit at a time recently, and then it goes out, and then it comes back on again, a different one.
Is there a pattern to it? You know, something you
Yeah.
can.
A pattern? Only one we've noticed is that it seems to be going around in a circle. Like one is lit, then the next closest,
Okay, that
and
is
as
what I
that
mean.
one's
Yeah.
lit, the
Is it
one
a
after
clock?
that goes out. Maybe. They kind of shrug. We've not
Okay.
seen close enough to really know, but we have taken notice of the light that keeps on appearing and going out.
We can potentially have a look as we progress.
Yeah. Well, why don't? I have a dangerous idea. How far away are we from the Fey Beacons right now?
So on the map, you're actually kind of next door. I've said that you're near the archway here, near the
Yeah.
Queen's Way, it's called, and they kind of created like a shelf with balconies and courtyards. But
So
you
to
could
get
just
to
go
like this,
up.
to get to
Yep,
this one, how far would it be?
you could get there within, well, time in the Feywild. You know, you could get there very shortly. You could get there like today easily, of course. You're like next door.
Well, if we happen to pass any of them, or we get really close to the Fey Beacons on the way, I have an idea that may or may not get me killed, or may not yield results. We'll find out.
If it's going to get you killed, can we hear it in advance? Maybe.
Yeah, you'll probably see it in advance if it gets me killed. Yeah,
We don't get a
and
vote
then
on it
you'll
if it's going
no.
to die. Okay. Oh,
Well, if
well,
I'm dead, then I'm dead. Yeah.
okay. I suppose no one else has a problem with that.
I mean, it's not a guarantee that I'm gonna
do.
die. It's just
I
yeah.
mean,
it could-
we would prefer that you don't and if there is an outcome where we can not have you die, or we can help you not to die, please inform us.
All right, I will
I agree
do
with
that.
Rodolfo completely, and Samantha agrees with Rodolfo. So
Very easy.
we've got 2 votes over here for you not dying, Xaxx.
I'm not trying to die.
Yes,
Just
no
ending
dying.
up dead.
Dying is officially off the table. It is banned. The only person that will be dying is the bitter end.
It is a
Potentially.
fireable offense. Nothing else.
Well,
Yes.
I have this diamond, right? So if I die, you just cast Revivify on me, and then bing, I'm back.
Can any of us, apart from you, cast Revivify?
Sure, everybody has it, right?
No.
It's like that 50-foot rope I got. It's just standard.
Morgott says,
No!
"Didn't you die before, Tarquin? I swear we saw you die."
I did die, but I was owed a favor by a monkey.
I think you hit your head. That's what I think.
I was owed a favor by a monkey, and was it Goblin that was also there?
Yes, right. Yeah.
Yeah, Goblin and a
Correct.
monkey. Though I'm pretty sure the monkey was the one in charge.
Yeah,
So
the
there,
goblin was the
Rodolfo.
monkey, and the monkey was the goblin.
Yeah.
They had swapped places. Very strange.
If I die, Rodolfo is just gonna cast Revivify, and then I'm back.
No, tell you what, why don't you cast Revivify, and I will go do the thing that whatever it is.
I don't think you can do this thing.
Is it a dragon thing with the flying?
It's a flying thing, yeah.
Okay, so
might get hit by
Tarquin
lightning.
does it. Easy peasy.
Yeah, I could
Oh,
fly
pardon. I didn't mean to volunteer you.
No, I could
you know,
fly up there. My flying doesn't last quite as long as Xaxx's, but I mean,
delegation.
How tall are these Fey beacons?
They are massive. If you get close enough to them, you'll see them in their full grandeur. But they do look smaller from where you are. Just that if you're walking towards them now, you just see them getting taller and taller, like a mountain themselves.
How about we go talk to the Slate clan, because they're the ones who deal with magic, and they might have a better idea over what these are. And then if they don't, then we can investigate them.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. You have to go around them then.
Yeah.
So the slate can basically.
Well, can we go?
I'm gonna
There's a
paint it.
little lake there. Can't we go through the lake?
Yeah, that's what the beacons surround.
I mean, we don't have a
Oh,
boat.
the beacon. It probably has something to do with the lake. Oh, I'm so
Hmm.
curious about this lake thing now. Wait, did we get river? We got rid of our boat.
Yeah, I don't know where we'd be carrying a boat at this point. We have a cannon, but we're missing the rest of the pirate ship. Right, let's continue
So-
on our way, I suppose.
This is where the Slate Clan is. They said like beyond the Fey beacons, you'll find the Slate Clan.
Makes
So-
sense to go around, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah,
You could go around if you wanted.
we can have a look at the base of them as we're going around. There might be some sort of indication, perhaps markings or something that
Yeah.
we can see.
All right then.
And of
In that
course,
case-
there's the potential for random events happening as we go around, see what fate has in store.
Yeah, that there is. However, with you being so close to the Fey beacons, and if you wanted to go around them, then you're sort of taking note of anything you spot as you're walking around. Now, I'm just going to sort of place you around here for now.
I'm gonna
As
be
you're-
watching. I'm gonna be
Yep.
watching the beacons to see if they change as we're going around, and like trying to see if it is a clock, trying to time it with my sand watch and everything, and
Right.
be trying to pay attention in that sense to see if I can make sense of if it's time based or event based or location based on us or something like that.
So you wanted to know about height, and it's once you're like fully close enough to one of them, judging just based on the rest of the trees that you've encountered and the mountains you've been exploring, you could estimate there's somewhere between like 200 feet or 300 feet. Some of them seem to vary, but they are incredibly tall. These columns of rock don't look man-made. They just seem to sort of spiral upwards out of the earth. And they're about 150 feet apart. But it just feels like longer as you're kind of circling around them. And at each of their summits, you can make out something slightly shiny in the flashing lightning. Now, I'd like everyone to make a perception check and see what the carnival cards see. Nat 20. Wow. You
That's
really
a
are
lot.
looking pretty. Wait, is that Nat 20? Looked like it was.
No, I think that may have been
It just
Tanwen.
bounced.
No, Tanwen.
That was Tanwen.
Disadvantage.
It was
This is-
yes.
Oh, that's a shame.
I know.
Okay, still
It was
though,
both a 28
there's a
and a
19,
25.
which finally, which got the 28, which is still way above any of the DCs you would have needed. So Xaxx seems with the one taking the most interest as well. You're looking around, trying to time these and see if they do coincide with the hours. And it seems as though one is being lit every so often. But I'll tell you what, it doesn't seem to be on the hour. It's not. You kind of, after like a few hours of traveling around the beacons, you have to scratch that theory. Because it seems some of them are quicker than others, and then others, it seems like there's a rest period between them, and then one lights. But it's never too long before, when one is lit, it's suddenly snuffed out. And as you're peering out, trying to catch sight of whatever is doing that, it's when you spot something. The columns of rock reaching skyward seem to form around this deep crater in the middle of this lake, and these rough hewn spiral steps that seem to rise up to the tops of the column. And you spot, as you're going around that lake, you're mentioning a boat. There is actually a small rowboat moored at the lakeshore next to one of them, and you spot a torch-bearing figure really far away. He must be on the other side of the lake, but you can just about spot them. They seem to be trudging up the stairs on the column, and that column is the one nearest the rowboat. And after a few long minutes, suddenly the light at the top is lit, and that shiny thing you sort of spotted must be some sort of brazier. It's kind of got a coppery color, and when it's lit, you see the figure trudging its way all the way back down. A humanoid figure. They seem to be wearing some sort of armor as well. That would reflect in the lightning. And then out of the shadows of the dark clouds above, you see 8 winged beasts. Their antlers flashing in the lightning. They swoop in. You can hear them howling and sort of screeching with, it almost sounds like laughter, as they circle and wheel around the lit beacon, and then with a gust from their flapping wings, you see it snuff out, and a great trail of smoke billows. And then you see the figure sort of stop for a moment, look up at where the beacon has been put out. You see that maybe just from here their shoulders kind of slump, and they begin the journey to the next beacon. And this repeats and repeats. You see it about 3 separate times. Each beacon is lit, then it is put out by these winged beasts. And they ascend back up into the stormy clouds each time.
He's trying to light all the beacons, and they keep stopping him.
So who is whose? Who belongs to
know.
what?
Man, I need to put some art there.
I have. Well, there's one. Well, we're beside one of the beacons now. What we could do is go up to the top of it, because there are stairs. Go up to the top of it, light the beacon, and see when these things come, and try to either talk to them like we tend to do, or maybe not talk to them, as we do less often.
I'm okay with not talking to them if it's all the same to everybody else.
But we need to know what the purpose of them
Why?
putting the beacons out versus
Yes.
keeping the beacons on, I think. And doing that means we have to talk to either the wing things that knock them out, or the dude that's lighting them up.
I wonder if the winged things could be paratons.
What are paratons?
They're the
The bird that has the alakon, right? Is the one with the alakon.
Of course, didn't I want to?
You can all see the art, correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Check it.
I want to say that in one of the letters or something that we read, they mentioned Bloody Beak, but I think that was one of the other sisters, wasn't it?
Bloody Beak? I don't know about that one.
Well, do you want to talk about this while we head up to one of the top of the beacons?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try something,
No, it's
and
bad for Lorna.
this is. You guys can come follow up with me, but I'm gonna try something just to test it out. I'm gonna bamf out my wings, and I'm gonna try to fly up to the top of the beacon while staying close to the side of it. So it's I'm not flying out in the open. I'm just sort of hugging the side of it.
Right.
Yeah, but aren't you still worried about the lightning?
I'm trying to see if this will disguise me from the lightning.
Okay.
If I stay close to something, will it still hit me? I'm this is science, Tanwen. I'm a scientist now.
Okay.
I'm
What
Okay.
is
multi-class
good-
into
good luck?
artificer.
And I cast guidance on him
Xaxx.
for his stealth.
Xaxx.
Oh, I'm not trying to stealth. I'm just trying to.
Oh. Well, then whatever it is you're rolling, you can have a +4.
So something will happen. All right. The wings bamf out. You begin to take flight. The wind is a bit of a wrestling match as you ascend, but again, like you say, hugging the actual column does seem to come a bit like a windshield almost. You're ascending higher, higher. You can see the crackling lightning forking through the stormy clouds, and well, I'll tell you what. Roll me a d8.
Okay.
Okay, that's actually good.
One's a
Okay,
good, right?
It is actually good. Yeah, in this occasion, yes. You see, there is a crack, and a massive bolt comes towards your direction, but where there being a copper brazier at the top, it seems to redirect like a lightning rod would, and you see it strike the bowl, and you hear it that kind of rings out almost like a gong, and it does, however, make quite a racket, and you see perhaps some of the darker shadows in the sky swoop and veer and begin sort of investigating in that area. They're almost staying together like a flock, and these eight-winged creatures do begin to sort of steer towards that column. Now, which column are you going up? Is it one that's not lit, or is it one that you can see the figure climbing?
Uh,
Is it just one
whatever.
that's
I think whatever's closest. I don't think
okay?
I'm worrying so much of the figure right now because I'm trying
Right.
to draw the winged creatures. So
Over.
whatever's
Okay, well,
closest to where we are.
all right, then I'll say this one isn't currently being ascended, but it definitely draws the winged creatures towards you, and you're getting to the top roughly at the same point as when they descend upon you, and you get a much closer look at them because they all land menacingly surrounding the top. Do you get to the top and land, or are you going to stay sort of flapping aloft?
I'm gonna land at the top of it. I don't
Yeah.
want to
Okay.
like getting hit and falling or something.
There's still a sort of red hot glow to the side of the bowl where the lightning struck it, and these creatures surrounding you have piercing eyes. Their wings are hunched up like vultures. Their big beaks sort of threateningly and menacingly snap towards you, and these are the creatures you see before you.
Oh, I do
Long,
like
wide
that.
antlers.
I think those are what
That
I
we're
is
like
looking
that
such a
art.
for.
cool look. Yeah.
Can I be one of these guys in the next campaign?
Can I have one of those as my familiar in the next campaign?
Okay, I'm trying to remember what we were told about peritons, other than them
Are
being
these the
big birds.
peritons? Are these?
They're territorial and violent, I think. I don't remember if they were
Because
intelligent.
I'm trying to remember if we were told if they had antlers or not, or like horns. It's been a while since we discussed them. Were we told that about them
I
when we asked about them, Chris? Because
Are you
it's
talking about the in the lake?
yeah, because we asked about the peritons, and I'm sure,
Yes.
and the idea of antlers or horns on them definitely rings a
When
bell.
when the watcher of the lake began to divine the location of a certain unicorn horn, they had a flashing set of horns themselves, a set of antlers. They seemed to almost connect like a receiver and sender, almost like like a satellite aerial. And when they flashed, they seemed to connect with another set of antlers. And they mentioned that they were like antlers. That was the first thing that kind of came to their head.
Yeah.
And then they said flying. Well, I'll find exactly what they said because it has been a while, but I'm sure I can find
Because
it.
I remember that being something. Because the instant I saw this picture, I'm like Periton, and that was purely due to the antlers.
Yeah,
And I don't think I've seen them before as a creature. So
you are correct. These are absolutely the peritons that were described, winged, antlered creatures. Man, where is it? Been a while.
But they are weird because they kind of got like goat faces, but a beak still. It's kind of weird. It's a weird combo.
All right, I'm finding it. Yeah, found it. Okay. It's a rhyme as well. If you remember, the Watcher rhymed with everything. With antlered birds, the horn now lies, as it was dropped down from the skies.
Yeah. Okay. So these are the Periton. I'm guessing, looking at them, there's no obvious sign that one of them just happens to have like tangled in their
Well,
horns or something.
funnily enough, Xaxx is the only one up here. So
Yeah.
I won't make you roll for this because your passive perception is very high. Sure enough, in one of the probably the largest of the Peritons, gripped between their talons, they seem to be almost twirling it like a baton, which is surprising for like a clearly like almost wild, untamed looking creature, but they are twirling it like a baton in their hand, almost drawing attention to it. There is a spiraled, glossy horn that.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
is it okay? How big are these things like compared to me? Like, are they like massive?
They are actually medium-sized creatures, but when their wingspan is stretched out, they're quite menacing.
So they're like turkey or vulture size.
Yeah, they're definitely bigger than you, but for mechanics terms, they are medium-sized creatures. Yeah.
Well, a lot of things are bigger than me.
And as for the horn itself, obviously,
Does
there
it
it
match
is.
the alicorn? Oh,
It's hard to say. Are you asking like Lamorna's horn if it matches hers?
oh yeah, she has a horn too. No, she has her horn, doesn't she?
That's
Yeah,
correct. Yeah, she has hers.
but
And if you're asking that, then yes, it does.
So this is this is alicorn's horn.
Yeah, that's obviously Will of the Feywild in that picture holding the horn, but
That's what I
imagine
was
it's one of the
wondering.
Peritons instead.
Okay.
Look, you can see a little spider on their shoulder, probably from Fable Rise.
All right. Hello, bird people. Can you understand me?
They all stare and they just seem to look at you for the moment, but
Like,
after you
nod.
ask if they
Can you
understand,
talk? Oh, sorry.
they all simultaneously nod.
Oh, they nod. Okay. Okay.
They
Nod
do
up
so in
and
unison.
down if you understand me. And then second question, if it's a yes, yeah, up and down. If it's a no, side to side. So you can understand me. Can you talk?
They shake their heads from side to side again in
That's
perfect
no.
unison.
Okay. Would whoever of you would be considered your leader or in charge or just like whoever wants to talk to me, step forward so that I know who you are.
The bird with the horn in between their talons flaps their wings, gets closer and lands with a swoosh, kicking up the dirt and the wind in its ruffled feathers, and it begins to sort of slowly circle you, looking you up and down, tilting its head side to side, inspecting you, and it's clearly taking great detail. Like you can see its eyes like looking at every single scale on your body, and it seems to be staring at your clothing as well.
Clothing is pretty good.
Yeah, you are dripped out.
Okay. Just don't be like surprised or angry. I'm just gonna try to connect my mind to your mind so that we can communicate, okay? and a 1, and a 2, and a telepathy. I'm gonna. Hello, how are you doing?
I'd like you to make an insight check.
Oh,
A psychic insight.
psychic insights.
Yes. Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know how with the sort of intelligence of a creature, it has to know a language in order to work telepathically. Because before it doesn't seem to connect to anything. You just sort of feel an instinctual emotion normally if there's no language, and it just doesn't seem to work. But you know when telepathy connects with an intelligent creature that understands language, and it should work. They should be able to have a two-way communication. And the best comparison I can think is someone has picked up the phone to your call, and you can just hear them on the other side of the on the other side of the line. Like their presence is there, just almost as if you can feel their breath in and out slowly, just there on the other side of the line, but they don't respond whatsoever. Not because they can't, but you feel like they are choosing not to. They're just with the phone to their ear.
They're just listening in. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Just hoping if you want to, if you can, if you're able to talk back to me, you can this way. And I'm just gonna, both out loud so the rest of your group can hear, and also telepathically in my mind space to you so you can sort of respond back. My name is here, and we just saw that you were uh the guy who's lighting all the beacons. You're coming in, and then you're undoing his work, and just sort of curious as to what's going on and why, and if if it's like a good thing that you're doing or it's a bad thing that you're doing, and just sort of trying to get that information. Are you able to help us out with that? We're just curious right now.
You know when someone sort of laughs through their nose, just sort of breathes out? It's almost like that. Like they kind of it's almost like they're snickering to themselves. And you can see that through their mannerisms physically as well. They sort of their beak sort of open wide, almost like cracking a smile, and one of them sort of nudges the other with their wing in almost a jokey like fashion. But they don't say
Okay.
anything. They don't respond.
You're not okay. Uh, do you know Edelyn Moongrave? Do you know who she is?
Their eyes twitch, and all of them together flare out their wings to look big and imposing, and they kind of hunch up as well, almost to make their wings look like spikes sort of shooting down. In any case, it looks like a menacing sort of posture, and you can hear a growl through that, like a telepathic almost. They're clearly like gritting their teeth.
You're very intimidating. I guess you're not a fan of hers. Would that be a correct assumption? I'm guessing.
They all shake their heads and let out a powerful beat of their wings, almost to make the emotion known to the storm, which you can see around, whirls and almost threatens to take take you off the edge. But you're able to stand your ground. They don't seem to just do it to push you off. It's clearly to sort of show their emotion, and the storm reacts as such. It starts to pour down with rain, and a crack of lightning shoots across the sky in anger. And that's the emotion you absolutely get from them.
Not a fan of Edelyn. Okay. Well, I guess that's a good thing because I'm not a particularly big fan of hers either. So I guess we're on the same page there. Is there a reason why you're not letting the beacons stay lit? Yes or no? Or you can just talk to me in my brain.
Again, they seem to refuse to talk, but they, as you ask, is there a reason? They seem to all take flight and they wheel around, and again they let out these sort of echoing, laughing calls, almost like a jackdaw or or a magpie or a kookaburra kind of laughter.
Xaxx, I think it would help if I cast Speak with Animals and tried.
You're just sort of
well,
seeing from 200 feet down.
Oh,
Xaxx is
I'm
clearly
sorry.
conversing with him. Yeah, you're all looking up, seeing Xaxx conversing, but there's no words you can hear from here. That's for sure.
okay.
Uh,
How about this?
They do little playful loops and they do barrel rolls
Oh,
as you ask this why question.
oh, they're okay. So we're playing around. I can technically fly as well. I could get up there with you, but it would probably be not very good, and I'd be hit by lightning. So I'm gonna stay on the ground here. Um, is there a way that we can either um have you stop uh snuffing out the beacons and or uh the leader one um with the that horn in your talon. Any way we can get that? Like I'll trade you for it. I'll trade you something else that's nice and shiny for that horn.
They look down at the horn and then they kind of hold it out and they actually hold it out towards you, like with their talons just outstretched.
Okay, I'll slowly walk over to it with the talon outstretched,
Yeah.
and
It like leans forward to give it to you.
I'll put my hand underneath it as if so he can put it into my hand if he wants. I'm not going to take it out of his hand.
Okay. It lets it roll off the tip of the talons, and just before it lands in your hand, you see it spin its talons round and snatch it back up, and it lets out that cawing laughter again. And you hear all the
You
others
guys,
kind of laughing in with it as well.
you guys remind me of Tarquin. Um, are you you're playing with me? You're messing with me right now, right? That's a fair assumption?
As you say, play, there's again a sort of psychic resonance that you feel like they. It's hard to say because you're not hearing words, but you definitely get an emotion instead, which is you've gained their attention, as you say, play. But it's hard to know what that means, first of all. Just, but clearly just saying that word is, it's all of them suddenly land and look towards you, tilting their heads. Um, and one
Right?
by one, they start to take different sort of postures and poses.
Are, are you guys models or something?
They all kind of let out a little chortle of laugh again, and they begin sort of doing this. It's not a dance, but it's some sort of performance. You can tell their wings flutter open and close like doors. And another one seems to be doing this strut across the top in some sort of performative strut. And another one sort of twirls in the air and does an acrobatic spin.
Okay, so you're definitely performers of some sort, right? Okay, so you're
Yeah.
performers.
They
You
all
like
land
the
and kind of nod.
attention. You're like, okay, I'm watching you perform. You're okay, 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 okay. I see where this is going. So you want me to watch you perform? Is that it? You want to put on a show or something? Yeah.
They they seem to think and stew on this idea. They seem to look at each other, and there's a sort of surprised look on their faces, like their eyes are sort of widened, and they seem to be kind of grinding their beaks, like from side to side, like as if they're thinking hard.
I mean,
And
if you have like a show ready to go, I'll happily sit here and watch. I have a tray that I can make food with as well, so I can like make like some sort of a popcorn pie or something like that, and we can
they
share it.
they point to you and they hold up a single feather, and then they look down over the edge of the beacon to where the rest of your party is, and then they sort of hold up many feathers to sort of denote multiple. And the way they kind of hold them up, all uniform, like their little feathers, is almost like a seated arrangement, like a crowd.
Oh, you want the others to come up so we can all watch you together.
They nod, yeah, they do nod.
Yeah. Okay. 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 Uh, Okay, well, they're on their way up. Hopefully they're getting here soon. I kind of got here a little quick because I wanted to chat with you beforehand. But we can
Sure.
certainly do that. We're more than willing to, I think, sit and enjoy an aerial show, uh, which would be interesting. We haven't had seen one of those for a while.
In this time, Xaxx, you've noticed past them, behind them, two beacons have been lit for the first time. Two.
Oh, I'm
It's only ever
distracting
been one
them.
at a time. Yeah, it's only ever been
Oh,
one lit the whole time, and now two are lit.
okay,
Um,
okay. I a plan is
so
forming.
the rest of the party, do you ascend the beacon?
I mean, very slowly, but sure. Why not?
Okay. In that case, then, climbing up to the top, it does indeed take a long time. It's quite arduous, but eventually you will get there. The wind is a little bit stormy and a little bit precarious, and the pathway is probably only big enough for like a medium-sized creature. What I'm saying is, Cordelia and Juniper, it's a risk if they were to try and climb this. Everyone else would be fine climbing up, but yeah, the pathway is a little too narrow for an owlbear, I'm afraid. Um, but the rest of you can easily make it to the top, and yeah, Gleam seems to be taking an interest, and it's like, what is going on up here, Xaxx?
Oh,
Is
hi.
this?
Yeah, so these are, I don't actually have their names. They kind of don't want to speak to me, although I think they can understand us if we're speaking just normally. But they don't seem to want to talk to me telepathically. But anyway, they are performers of some sort. So, Tarquin, you'll be pleased to be in, um,
Oh, performance.
company, in friendly company. Uh, and they want us to watch a show that they're going to put on for us to sort of showcase their talents and their abilities and their cool flying, and then we will cheers them and celebrate them and have like
Yeah.
after performance drinks and whatnot to.
Okay, I don't suppose they told you anything about the beacons or the home,
uh
or is that step
I
two?
they That's probably step two. They sort of almost gave me the horn, but then they were just messing with me. I think it was sort of like a game for them. Um, and then in your head, Rodolfo, I say, don't mention the beacons; they're being lit.
Okay.
So yeah, the
Uh,
horn. I offered to trade the horn, and then I think the leader who has the. Oh, by the way, you guys recognize the horn, right? That's the
oh
um.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Everyone
This
sees.
is what we were expecting to see.
Yeah. So the leader is the one with the horn, and he or she or they sort of were toying with me um with it, and now if we watch the show, they'll give me the horn or let me trade with it or something. So that's my sort of idea. at the moment.
Okay. I mean, yeah,
But
sure.
the peritons, as you get to the top, have actually all been lined up, and they've spread out their wings and covered themselves almost from wing to wing to create this almost like a curtain-like effect of feathers. And so you can't see their faces or antlers. There's just this long line of a curtain-like feather, and they seem to be awaiting the silence or the start of some sort of show, it seems. And as everyone seems to settle down, and you see Gleam sort of like excitingly sort of takes a seat or leans against the large brazier. You see them slowly begin. One of them sort of peeks like an eye between the feathers, almost like someone's looking behind the curtain to see if everyone's attention is gained. And sure enough, they begin to rise the curtain up. Their feathers reach up and higher, and they seem to ruffle them and shake them more and more as the curtain is rising. And then what can only be described as a theatrical pantomime begins. And what seems so bizarre coming from these wild, seemingly supposed to be untamed creatures, but they seem to move with a trained and elegant like flow. They've been practicing this, it feels. This is a performance that is mastered, and they move like actors on a stage. And all the while there's no real sound but the kind of storm and rain down around you, but you can't help but like almost imagine it in your heads. There's this sort of rhythm to their movements. Like there's like a drum beat to their footsteps. There's a beating of their wings that creates this kind of wind and atmosphere. They begin to circle in the air, performing acrobatic twirls, and they weren't like so much like organized before when they were just flocking around, but now they seem to move into some sort of like aerial pattern, synchronized aerial maneuvers. They swoop, they dive, and then suddenly they stretch out their wings, and just the last moment before they would say impact the water. But they seem to be in complete coordination, and this continues on for good while, and all this time you see one by one there are beacons being lit, and at some point this figure will have to make the trek to the top of this beacon and light it. They have still yet to get to it, but they will pass it eventually. We'll see what happens then, but for the time being you continue to watch this performance. And I suppose again all the carnival members can roll up they can roll an insight check if you wanted. And I'm gonna roll one for Gleam as well. But I feel like definitely Tarquin would be maybe picking up on things better than others. And let's do one for Gleam.
Oh, should I do one as well again?
Those who kind of have done performances in the actual carnival, but
Oh no.
you kind of get a good idea already from the way I've described. So everyone kind of picks up on that. But Tarquin specifically, I wanted to mention that for you with a 22, that's really high. It's clear to you the movements and things they've been practicing. It is some sort of like acrobatic troupe. Some of them are doing incredible works with pantomime, and they're reflecting like emotions with their bodies, their face, everything. They're incredibly expressive for what should be just normal, like wild creatures. You get the feeling like they've almost lived a life on the stage.
And
They inhabit every element of it. Their performance is flawless. It really accentuates the emotions and everything, the showmanship. It's all there. Yeah, they're born entertainers. You can tell, and Gleam can tell as well. She looks at you with her like eyes wide, like clearly impressed, like nodding away.
yeah.
Like she seems thrilled.
With the sort of performance they're doing, clearly it's conveying emotion and stuff. Does it appear to be like trying to convey like a particular story or like sort of thing that we could tell, like, you know, how you might an interpretive dance almost, like trying to portray a specific thing?
Yes, there is sort of a story being told. It's hard to pick up on because they're bird-like forms. It's difficult necessarily to pick up on like the human nature of this, but it does seem to be at some points them showing like one of them lands down next to another and seems to be mimicking a talking like gesture, and their wing outstretches and talks as if like someone would talk with their hand, right? And they're making human-like gestures. You can tell, but there's no sound coming from them, so it's hard to pick up on the story.
Yeah,
but
there is.
There is at one moment, you see them flying higher and higher, reaching ever greater heights, and then you see one of them follows the streak of a lightning bolt and turns into like a twirling bullet that just flies down and it strikes them, and they seem to shudder and convulse, and then they suddenly take on a much more monstrous appearance like that of the birds. You almost kind of forgot they were birds for a second, but then they seem to take on that nature, squawking and flapping their wings wildly.
Wait. Oh.
Yeah, I should also mention before that there was also a point where they land and they kind of lift up their wings straight like bars, and there's another one that kind of rattles against their wings like they're trying to escape from this prison. Yeah, in fact that's the perfect image. All of them, like all 7 of them. Oh, there's 8, but one's in the middle, and 7 of them surround the other and put up their wings straight. And then the other one tries to like rush from side to side, trying to get out. And they like rattle against the bars of this kind of pantomimed prison. And it's not until one of them breaks, and then you see them fly up into the air, and that's when they sort of shudder and take on a wild like demeanor.
Yeah. Xaxx, you said these could understand you, right? Even if you couldn't speak to them directly.
Yeah, like they'll understand you if you just talk to them.
Okay, I have an idea about what's going on. Right. Tarquin will first applaud, you know, the great performance.
Oh yeah, applaud. Clap,
I think we all join in.
And then he is going to step forward to address them. Now,
they take bows. They definitely bow when you're clapping. They are clearly bowing, but silently.
That was really well done, everybody. I really enjoyed the show. It was well rehearsed and practiced, and you could really tell the time and effort that was put into it. So, really good job, everybody, all around.
Now,
Rodolfo makes a gesture like he's wiping a tear away, and yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, forgive me if I'm wrong, but this performance, you were trying to tell a story, correct?
They nod slowly.
And would this story happen to be your past?
They nod.
You were hit by the lightning and became what you are.
They
trapped in
don't
this.
nod at that, but they don't shake their heads either.
You
They mimic.
almost.
So they do a very mime-like action with their wings. They sort of draw out the shape of a square, and then they sort of almost pick up that square and sort of put it on an imaginary wall. So I guess you can roll an insight. Everyone can roll an insight here if you want to figure out what they're trying to say.
Did you make a deal with the witch that
God
has
damn it,
imprisoned you
guys.
in this form?
No.
They turn to you and Rodolfo, and they sort of nod, but side to side, so almost as if you're half correct in that regard. And the idea of what they were doing, Rodolfo, you kind of pick up when they put in like a square as a painting. You get the idea they're talking about like an image to sort of represent something. So it's not necessarily a lightning bolt, but you get that they're trying to convey something through the lightning bolt.
You were struck by
Oh.
something, and that turned you into this. Perhaps not so much as part of a deal, but you didn't stay on script, and so as a punishment.
One of them flies up in the air, and then they fly higher, and then higher, and then higher, and then they suddenly fall out of the sky, as if they've flown too high, effectively.
Flying too close to the sun.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys don't like that person I mentioned earlier. Would they be the ones that did this to you? That trapped you?
They nod and claw their talons against the stone, making that
Okay.
awful nails down a chalkboard sound.
Do y'all want me to try to cast Speak with Animals and see if I can talk to them directly so we don't have to pantomime this anymore?
I tried that with my telepathy.
don't-
They can. I believe that they could respond if they wanted to. They just don't want to right now, or they didn't want to.
I don't think they're
Okay.
animals.
I don't think
No,
so.
they are too intelligent, but perhaps not.
Okay.
Not
I-
verbal.
I'm gonna try again with the leader. Any chance you want to talk now? Telepathy.
They sort of close their eyes and shake their heads slowly. So it's not like an aggressive gesture, but you can clearly tell they choose not to talk.
They're not talking.
Fair
But
enough.
instead, they sort of gesture with their wings again, almost miming. Just miming their actions. They sort of hold up their hands and wave them side to side as if to say no. Like,
Yeah.
Are you seeking?
They're waving their hands in the air as if they really, really, really don't want to talk to us because they care a lot.
Okay. Is the reason you do this performance to try to inform people of what you went through so that they can help you?
their eyes sort of glance to the sides. And they seem to shake their head. How to describe it through mime? They they sort of how to they sort of yawn, outstretch their wings, and they kind of shake it up. Then they seem to like shake off their tiredness or their fatigue, and then they hold up a single feather to sort of denote one or singular, perhaps. But again, it's difficult to understand them necessarily. But something. What was it? Your original question is like, do you do this performance to show people your story? They said no, first of all, and then they seem to show some sort of tired posture, exhausted. They shake that off, and then they say kind of one, whatever that means. It's not very clear, but
Do you
Answering questions that are not yes or no questions. It's
Yeah.
difficult,
Yeah, I'm trying to think in this case.
especially when they don't talk. They're clearly miming
We-
every
Are
action.
We
are
can. Oh, never mind.
are all of you transformed, or just some of? Are all of you
They nod.
transformed?
All
Okay.
of them nod in unison.
Okay. Xaxx, did you have an idea?
I was gonna say if we wanted more complicated questions, we could write down like hotter or colder questions or something, and they could like point to them or something. Maybe I don't know.
Okay. Hmm.
Oh.
That's
The beacon next to you is lit. Not right next to you. I mean, like the one closest to your beacon is lit, and you see a torch slowly descending the beacon. The next one is yours.
I quickly looked to Xaxx, sort of tapping on the head for the whole, telepathy thing, which I'm sure he'll establish.
Yep. Okay.
What
Telepathy established.
do we have any idea why they're trying to pull out the beacons? Did we clarify that? Sorry?
No. I've been avoiding that so that the beacons guy
Hmm.
can keep doing his thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's gonna get here eventually, and
Okay.
then yeah. I've
Right.
been trying to just keep them distracted and keep the beacon guy like to do his own
Okay.
thing, and yeah.
I'm going to try to keep my questions as simple as possible. Were you
Yeah.
performers at Motherhorn?
They all nod, but then they sort of they show an angry expression, and then they sort of mime out a quickened version of that story where they all fly up, they form into a beautiful synchronized pattern, and then suddenly they all drop as if dead from the sky, and then land on the ground. They're clearly okay. It's like it's a performed fall,
Yeah.
and as they land, all 7 rise up, form into that circular-like prison before, and the one in the middle
Okay.
seems to try and shake their way out.
Were you forced performers at Motherhorn? As in forced to perform?
Let's see. They seem to tilt their head before weighing up the answer, and then they shake their heads.
Okay.
Hmm.
Were you performers at Motherhorn before the bitter end came?
Before bitter end came, they shake their heads.
Okay, so they were performers under bitter end in some way, but something angry about it. There's something I'm missing. There's a piece there.
There's the piece where you saw they flew too high, and then it's at that point they seem to fall into the prison,
Yeah.
and then after the prison, then they escape from the prison, and then they seem to transform, is what the pieces you're picking up on. And then you've
Yeah.
asked, is Endelin responsible? And they've nodded.
Okay.
You can hear footsteps against the stone. The figure is ascending. Like still a ways off yet. You got time,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I'm just considering other points. What would else be useful to know? Are there still others performing at Motherhorn?
they all nod. And I guess they actually tried to pantomime a couple of the people they know. It's difficult again to determine. One of them sort of like flexes their wings, kind of like trying to look muscular and broad, and they kind of
Is there a bugbear at Bitter End? At
they
Motherhorn?
all point to the one who's flexing and making out they're broad and muscular. Yeah, they all
Okay.
point to that person or that
It is
that Keraton.
Do you know the name of that bugbear?
They nod.
And I can't remember which way round it is. It's either Hurley or Burley, but I can't remember which one we're looking for off the top of my head.
I think we're looking for Hurley.
Is the name of the bugbear Hurley?
They nod.
Okay, extra reason to go there then.
Yeah.
Do you know how to break this transformation?
They shake their heads.
Do you wish for this transformation to be broken?
They look at each other. They seem to have their beaks kind of half open in like almost kind of in shock or sudden realization. It's clear to them. It's clear to you. It hasn't occurred to them that it would ever break, or so they hadn't answered this question before.
Yeah.
If you want, I can try something that might help with that. But one of you needs to be willing to let me cast a spell on them.
Ooh. Okay. Do you say that to them?
Yeah. I'm
I'll
letting them know that I will need to cast a spell so they're not surprised, but it's
Okay.
trying to be done to help them
They-
if they wanted to not be in this form anymore.
I'll say, can you give me a persuasion check? Because
Sure, I'm great at those.
yeah.
Mm.
They seem wary, and especially when you mention the word magic, they all seem to shy away, as if knowing magic was what got them turned into this in the first place, and they all shun the idea.
I'm a healer, so my magic is to help people. That's what I do. That's my job in this group. Is I'm the one that has to make people feel better. If that maybe helps at all.
They look up to the sky. They look yonder, all in the same direction, sort of northeast. And then they kind of look back at you, and then they shoo you away with their kind of wings. It seems as though there's almost like a fear in their eye as well, from maybe a repercussion But they've all looked over yonder, and you can actually see from up here. It's about time I reveal some more of the map. Because the Fey beacons being this tall, out far beyond the lightning rods is a swirling pathway with no cliff on either side. It's just a sheer drop. But off in the distance, you can see, probably purely because there's a great deal of lightning streaking and converging on it, there is a castle built into the side of one of the mountains. And it's, again, I'm going to say it's so far off that you can't make out much detail, but there's a very visible structure and a sort of domed like stage underneath the castle. And that very much resembles a theater. You kind of got the big stands like the stairs. So what you're seeing on the map is actually kind of what I would say is visible to you at this point. There you go.
Okay. Just remember, like I'm not a fan of her either. And if you look at the ground around me, she took something from me. I don't even cast a shadow anymore. And that's what she does to some people when she takes things from them. So I'm not gonna hurt you. I need you to I'm not gonna intentionally hurt you anyway. I'm
They
trying to
nod.
help you.
They nod in a seemingly understanding way, but they all point out towards Motherhorn, and then one of them lays
Is
down.
she gonna do something? That will she know or will she do something if I do help you? Is that what you're afraid of? Retribution?
They nod.
If
Yeah, one of them mimics their shadow, like one of them lays down on the ground, and then it sort of rises up, and then with the wings kind of wraps around the neck of one of the other peritons and like strangles it, but
they're
not
gonna,
actually, just miming it. Yeah,
because she'll know that that whatever's happened to you has changed, and so she'll come after you.
they nod again, and they seem to sort of hunch up, almost kind of trying to make themselves look smaller. They're clearly afraid of her, but or at least afraid of the repercussions. Definitely, it's obvious to you.
We've made a lot of promises to a lot of people, but I'm gonna make another one right now. If we're able to defeat her and remove the threat that may happen, I'm gonna do what I can to find you again and turn you back into who you were before.
They all look kind of surprised at this, but one by one they slowly take a bow again, similar fashion to how they did before, but they stay bowed. And it's at that point when their heads are down and they're clearly showing a sign of respect or appreciation is when a figure gets to the top, and they're they're probably a bit drenched from the rain and sweat. They look exhausted. They're kind of panting. And they kind of like shuffle their feet as they get to the top. There is a figure in shining armor. They have a blonde, kind of elven styled haircut. It's sort of braided at the back, and their face has very kind of elegant looking features. You would guess they are definitely of elf origin. The windswept hair kind of gets picked up and swept one way, and you can see the pointed ears. They have a long, what would have been at one point very regal looking cloak, but it has since been tattered and weather beaten from the storm. And they're still holding that torch in their hand, but it kind of lowers slowly, and then they look at you, and they seem to be shocked. Like, they speak in Elvish, of course, immediately, and I guess whoever speaks Elvish would understand. But they say, "Tulinen anan, ala Garthas," and he places a hand against his chest. Alagarthas.
I wave Alagathos. I don't speak Elvish, I'm sorry.
Ala Tarquin, I think is the appropriate response as he.
Oh,
Uh,
Ala Xaxx.
I speak Elvish.
I do as well. That's why I was trying to play that off as me trying to translate what that means in my head. And
Fear not. I can also speak the common tongue. It has
Wonderful.
It has been many years since I have seen other faces. Not like the faces of these creatures, though. What are
These
you?
creatures are just they're tortured people, and I sense that you've had some hardships as well. And
They have been torturing me, yes.
for what purpose do you come here?
It is with purpose that I wish to leave this place. I do not want to be in this realm for any day longer than I have to.
And doing
I
what
like these beacons because I have been told that 8 lights will light the way out. But I fear this might be some sick joke. Seems I will never accomplish my task, but I will admit this is the closest I have come. Are you going to put it out? Or are you going to tell these creatures to put it out?
I am not intending to do anything. You are trying to do something, and as far as I can tell, it's not going to affect me in any way, so go for it.
Ugh. There's a sort of sigh of relief, and he says, "Forgive my pessimism, but you must understand how close I have come to achieving my goal, only to have it snuffed out every time. These creatures have been tormenting me." They raise their heads up and look towards, and suddenly their eyes kind of go wide. They look around to see the other beacons, and one of them starts to like flap their wings as if to take
Wait,
off.
wait.
They do stop.
Tell me,
Their flight's kind of stuttered.
tell me,
Maybe we can just
Yeah,
help everybody out. Everybody can get what they want.
yeah.
You know, you don't need to maybe put the beacons out. Maybe we can all help each other and be friends against Moongrave.
Why? Yeah, why are you taking out the lights if this is the way out? Is that not the case, or do they do something else? These wonderful creatures must have a reason.
There's a guilty look over the peritons, and they don't seem to look you in the eye.
Were you guys just playing? And he puts his hands on his
No.
hips.
I think
have
they
you
were
been ordered to do
instructed to.
this?
Yeah, they were told to do it.
This is Moongrave who has told you to do this.
They look away again, like ashamed.
Okay. Okay, we are all under obligations that we do not wish, I think.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
is that...
They nod.
the bird people, you guys haven't broken your promise. You haven't stopped. You've just been thwarted by a outside source beyond your control, and so you didn't actually do anything wrong. How about that?
This seems logical to me.
You know,
They seem to be listening.
you're performers, so maybe we can pretend that we're in a play or something, and this. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm the bad guy here, and we outsmarted you.
Almost, they are indeed. Seems you've become acquainted with the Greyhawk mummers.
Greyhawk mummers.
The Greyhawk mummers.
Is this people
Indeed.
we've heard of before? Don't remember.
No, but I'm guessing that's the name of their group. Their like performance group.
That's their maybe
But it's not something
like
we've heard of. Like we've come across this term
It
before.
is not. It is the first
No.
occasion you've heard it. And
Okay.
they're
for-
like we're the Carnival Cards and they're the Murmurs.
Well, yes, I understand that, but like this is for us as a team. This is the first time we've heard the name. No one has told us to go and seek them out.
No, Gleam.
Right.
Does that name ring a bell to you?
I don't remember them from Carnival.
Okay.
Greyhawk, though? Alagarthas speaks up and says, Greyhawk is another realm. As I would know, I'm from another realm as well. This place is not where I'm from. I come from another plane known as Toril. This is Toril. It is my home, yes. I'm trying to return there. It has been too long.
So, my guess is that lighting the beacons does something to the lake, maybe.
I would not know. Bitter End merely said that after I had served my term, that only the light of 8 beacons would create a path home. I've been trying to achieve that goal ever since. But it seems that making a deal with a hag is not so simple as I thought.
No, it never is. It never is. But it seems that you are close to accomplishing your goal this time. And I'm sure that the mummers will not interfere, for to interfere now at your triumph would make for a terrible performance.
They seem to approach Aligarthus as you say this, and they seem to take a sort of different bow, not one of appreciation, but clearly one of apology this time.
Mm.
They almost kind of like go down on their knees and place their wings against the floor. And he says, "Oh my, please do not bow. If you were under obligation, I understand. That hag is, well, she is intimidating as much as she is powerful.
Mm.
Now, if you are heading towards that place, do not make the same mistake we did. Make no deal with this hag.
We don't. The only deal we'll be making is to deal with her. One way or the other.
It's cool,
That is
right?
a
He talks
bold,
like that all the time. It's
a bold
fantastic.
statement.
We have dealt with the other two, and so far we're 2 for 2 in our success. And with third time, they said the charm, and hopefully we can end this. Or at least find the key to doing so. But, Mummers of Greyhawk, will you allow this noble elf to finish their quest to light the final beacon?
They all form into a line, and they salute Aligarthas as if he were some sort of nobility. And he takes a nod and begins to approach the brazier with his torch in hand. And as he does, you see the back of his cloak does seem to form into that of a symbol with golden like thread. And yeah, I would say it's probably like oh, actually. Have we got an image of this? No, we don't. But I'm going to go ahead and say that it's sort of a green and gold tree, but at the top of the tree there's like a crown of ivy around it, and yeah, again, more like almost like there's some sort of
Like
royalty, yeah,
like
like
the
an elven
family
royalty.
crest.
Yeah, right, exactly.
I feel like I
And yeah,
recognize that crest based on the description, but I can't think where from.
possibly.
Hmm.
You'd have to ask him. But it's clear though that he is some sort of nobility.
Yeah.
That sigil on his cloak. He does approach the brazier, and with a nod of appreciation to all of you, he lights this brazier. And you know, I'll might be the last one. You know what? Sure, I'll go ahead and say this was probably the last one. The circle is complete with all the beacons lit. You begin to see a rippling in the water in the lake. And yeah, you caught it. Sure enough, there is some sort of connection. The reflection of the lights seem to merge together, forming into a swirling pattern like a whirlpool. But then, after that subsides, you begin to see an image in the water. You start to see green. You see high moors. You see vast, verdant forests. And you see an elven-like kingdom way off in the distance, sort of nestled between two forests. And there's almost a stunned expression over Aligarthus. His jaw is just dropped. I can see home. I can finally return to my people. Oh,
You should go.
he seems to reach up to his face, and though you can't see it from this angle, he clearly is probably wiping away some emotion. And he turns around and takes a gulp. Well, I don't know how to repay you.
Can
This
you?
is what we do.
I mean, yes, but also, can you tell us anything about what happens up there? And she points to the theater, or he points to the theater, rather. What?
And I was there for many a year. I will be brief, but my story is one of entanglement with the hag. After several attempts to fend off a green dragon threatening the prosperity of my kingdom, bitter end, I clearly caught her eye. She visited me on my homeworld of Toril. The hag showed me a future in which I defeated the dragon. But in so doing, I lost my life. Bitter End claimed that to see an alternative future in which the dragon was defeated and I survived, she would share the details of her vision with me. However, on one condition, that I stayed with her in the Feywild, this Prismere, for at least a year. I can tell you it felt far longer than a year in this place. It was what felt like a small price to pay, as an elf especially, it is but a blink in an eye. But the terms were more twisted than that, it seems. The time flows differently in this place, and year after year seemed to drag on. But sure enough, it did finally end. And when I found that there was only one way to go home, a path, according to her, is visible only by the light of 8 beacons, I knew it would not be a simple goal of returning. She didn't want me to leave. She wanted me to. She probably revels in my despair each time the lights are put out. But you have changed that. And all I can do is repay you with information. The theater is, as you suspect, it is grand and terrible in equal parts. Plays are performed on the stage for her amusement, and she's always trying to recruit new actors to perform in them. The Peritons here were a troupe of actors called the Grey Hawk Mummers. Bitter End invited them to Motherhorn, where they performed pantomimes. When their popularity made them haughty and difficult to control, she locked them up. They begged to be set free, and the hag honored their request by releasing them into the wild. But only after she turned them into these bird-like forms. The transformation has clearly deprived them of speech, yet they seem to somehow retain their theatrical behavior. That's as much as I can really recall. Without going into more specifics. And as he says that, you see that the pool, the lake below, begins to slowly ripple. And he catches that in the periphery of his eye. I fear I must go. The image starts to become blurry as another ripple pushes out from the center of the lake.
Tarquin, maybe one of the actors can fly him down before that image disappears altogether.
Yes, would that be something one of you would be willing to do? Fly yourself down to be able to, so they can use whatever is in the water to get home?
One of them, the largest, it seems, does spread wings and perch at the edge of the beacon, and our Galathas approaches and says, Achilles, I am in your debt.
Achilles.
Archelius, yeah.
Archelius. Okay.
Yeah. He is the lead male of their troop, and he does, as he's kind of mounting up on top of the great Periton, he mentions the others. Mortia is the lead female. I believe the others are Verna, Mortia's bitter understudy, Maldoa. They seem to be nodding all in like almost like in a farewell. An old timer who believes his cohorts are simply amateurs. Angara, the troop's matriarchal dame. Gorgonel, a jester. Carthasar, a method actor, and Thornelia, a minstrel. And each one of them seems to show a different flair or strike a different posture or pose as he's saying their names. And he turns back and looks to you once more. Is there anything else before I leave?
What would you wish you had known before you met her for the first time?
Not to trust her. Even if it sounds like plausible truth, there is most likely insidious strings attached. Do not be lulled into a false sense of security. That place is more a prison than it is a theater. And
Understood.
one lapse will be all it takes for her to cage you in and throw away the key. I wish you well. You seem like brave adventurers. But my kingdom awaits, and there is a green dragon that is prophesied to be slain. And with that, he kind of like draws out a sword from his scabbard and points it out forwards towards the lake. And he begins to descend, wings outstretched into a glide. And as he comes closer and closer, you see he leaps up off of the Periton and comes down with the blade, like striking towards the water's surface. And yeah, the kind of leaps into the lake, plunges into the water, and the ripples from that impact fan out from the surface. And it's that ripple that seems to slowly fade away the forest scenes and high moors. And as that happens, you also see the extinguishing beacons one by one going out, this time of their own accord. And even the Greyhawk mummers seem to be a little bit confused at this. They're like looking at each other like, was that you? Pointing to them. And our Galathas is no more. He seems to have returned to whatever realm he came from.
Well, that was a little bit sad. Still, one person has gone home, and that is more than we had an hour ago. So, go team.
I agree.
Agreed.
That was a very touching story. And the performance beforehand was just beautiful.
They again take a bow, and as Archelius lands back up onto the platform, everyone takes note again. Seems to be twizzling the unicorn horn like a baton, and now you realize you kind of almost in your heads imagine a ringleader, sort of with their cane.
What? Where did you get that? What did you use it for? We know very little about it. Only that we have been told that we must take it, or find it, or
Not take it. We can trade
whatever.
it.
We must trade it, obtain it.
They point out towards Motherhorn, and then they fly up, form into like a circle, or more like a bubble, and they sort of float there in the air, and then you see Archelius drop the horn from this circle, and it tumbles down into the mountains, and then he separates from it and swoops down and picks it up into his clutches and lands, and yeah, points back at this kind of bubble of it's like a circular shape they've tried to form into.
Can I insight check to see if I can figure out what that means?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can't quite get it.
It's cool. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm also going to try to give that a go.
Yeah,
16.
I'll say that's more than enough. The way they kind of hovered slowly and in a circular form kind of resembles that of an air balloon, which you would know because you've been in one and you've seen one very similar. Yeah, they're clearly depicting an air balloon.
Okay, but how is that connected to the horn?
The horn seems to drop from that balloon, and it tumbles from the balloon,
And drops to them.
and
Okay.
then
It was
you see one of them swoop in
something
and
in an
grab
air
it.
balloon. Yeah, something in an air balloon dropped it.
Which we believe was the Darklings, because I believe we found it out that they dropped
Yeah.
it.
So they just found it, or rather, was dropped on them. It's not significant to them in any way.
You say darklings. One of them, the Greyhawk Mummers, forms into like a cloak around another one, and they sort of hunch up, and then they sort of poke and prod at each other and fight with their antlers. They to sort of mimic a sort of bickering demeanor.
They were arguing with each other, and as part of that argument, it got dropped.
And they nod.
That sounds appropriate based on the two that we met.
They were arguing.
Yeah, Trinket and Bauble.
Yeah. I think we found out the name of the third one as well, but I can't remember what it was.
Yes, you did actually.
I want to say it was something similar, like Trinket, Bauble, something.
Doodad.
Yeah.
MacGuffin.
MacGuffin.
Trying to find it myself. There's a lot of characters in this game.
Yep, there
All
is.
Right. Charm.
Charm.
It makes sense. And potentially the least charming of the three.
So, the unicorn is in the Periton's possession, and they still seem to be here. They don't trust Xaxx enough to dispel this curse on them, but
well, maybe there's something we can trade for.
Is there something within Motherhorn that you would want to trade for this horn?
they look at each other and then they seem to form into that curtain again, and one of them steps forward and sort of gestures in wide arcing motions again at the floor specifically, and where that would be positioned next to the curtain, they're sort of clearly denoting a stage.
You want to be back on the stage again?
They nod, and they sort of place their wings against their chest, where their heart would be.
Your heart is where the theatre. I can understand that. Would it have to be the stage at Motherhorn, or if another stage could be provided, would that be suitable? Somewhere where you can perform for an audience?
They seem to raise their eyebrows and tilt their heads to the side. Almost thinking it over, yeah. They seem to be open to this idea, it seems.
We have...
Does
I
the
have a
Witchlight
ticket.
Carnival ever use theater troops?
Almost certainly, and that is certainly an idea. But
Yeah.
if you're looking for something, if you're looking for some people to perform for more quickly, a larger audience than just our humble group, how would a performance to inspire the troops sound?
We're going to do a USO show.
Mhm.
Roll me a persuasion check, Tarquin.
Yeah.
Sounds like a great idea for me, but is it good for them? We'll
I
see.
love it. Yeah, it's Bob
Yeah,
Hope and the
do.
Rockets.
Hey, there it is. The dice are in agreement here. They all get excited and they sort of do their little salute again, and they do a little march in tune to this. One of them's like drumming their talons against the brazier, like it's a symbol.
Excellent. Then we have some other people to speak to, but if you're willing to meet us at Lockbury Henge,
They look over yonder. Yeah, they seem to know where it is.
then we will have an audience of many for you to be able to perform for. And in exchange, all we ask is that you provide us with the horn, and you can perform to your heart's content. And if you need extras to help in the performance, myself and Gleam at least will be more than willing to help.
I can work backstage,
Yeah.
you know.
I can do
It seems
concessions.
perfect. Yeah, I like this. This is good. You can join in for
Yeah,
sure. This is going to be
exactly.
great. They
We're
seem so
helping.
thrilled at the idea. They all begin to take flight, and they all swoop straight towards Lockbury Henge. They're like racing towards it. They still have the unicorn horn though.
I sort of look.
They
I
race
sort
off.
of look to perhaps the last one and just be like, just before you go, can I give you a note to give to them so they don't get scared immediately?
Arcs in the air and swoops back down towards you.
Yeah, so I'm gonna quickly ask Rodolfo for some paper and a pen because they're the most likely to have some, and just scrawl a note to the Corrid Queen to basically present this to the Corrid Queen. It's a note from myself just to let them know that you are with us and are preparing for a performance for them.
Just as quickly as you.
In aid of the war effort.
In aid of the
Sorry.
war effort, yeah.
Perfect. And just as you finish signing, the paper is snatched from your hand, rolled up mid-flight, and you see they become shadows against the sky. They're already a great distance towards the Lockbury Henge.
You know, I said potentially we would recruit people other than the Corrids and the Bricknocks. I was not expecting it to be the Peritons. But sure, why not? Oh,
Why not? I was not
Great.
expecting that idea, but you know, there are all strange mysteries, more things in heaven and earth ratio, etc.
exactly. Right,
Wow.
now I suppose we need to walk down the steps, though I am tempted to just jump and test my slow fall ability, but might be a bit high even for that. So let's just walk down and then we can head on our way to the slate.
The slate. Okay.
Yes.
Yep, you've already made a great deal of the journey there, and yeah, they said it was past the moon lightning rod. You'll find the Slay clan, and
I'd like to have a conversation with Gleam as we're walking down the stairs.
The moon
Okay.
obstructs the sun.
Let's do that. So as you're all heading, spiraling around, you catch up to Gleam, who is probably just chatting with Amador, the dandelion, and Pollinella is resting its wings on top of said dandelion. But you can gain her attention. Oh,
Uh, Gleam?
Xaxx, hello.
Hi, sorry, I don't mean to disturb you. I have some questions, since we're sort of in a similar spot in terms of shadows not having and people away from that, you know?
Yes, certainly. If you'll excuse us, Amador. Oh, certainly. Yes. Don't mind me. I'm not going to stalk you or anything.
Okay. Okay.
Get it?
And
Is
if
that the
you
plan to have a stalk?
and if you would, you'd be dandelion.
I
Exactly.
didn't get that joke. I'm sorry.
I did, and
I
I
have an
found it
intelligence.
hilarious.
Not everyone does get my jokes, but I'm sure some bud he will eventually.
And if they don't, I'm sure they'll grow on us.
Ah, he's getting it. Anyway, he whistles along and continues down ahead of you. Gleam sort of shakes her head with a smile. Sorry, so
It's
yes,
okay.
you had a question.
Well, does it feel different not having your other side of you there? Like, do you feel like, have you changed, since it happened?
I suppose I've been so preoccupied with thinking about my sister, which to me is almost like a reflection of myself. As for the shadow, yeah, there is. I feel almost off balance, which is not good for an acrobat.
No, not a good thing for your performances. Okay, that sort of answers one thing. Do you know how to get obscurity to connect back with you?
I haven't the foggiest idea, but the times I have seen them, they've only become darker and meaner each time. It
Yeah.
seems as though, well, at least I feel like she's getting further from me. She's no longer just my shadow, but she almost feels like an entity all of her own. You know what I mean? She's kind of grown a personality.
So
Even if
you don't think there's a way to connect back to get your shadow back into whatever happens to obscurity? Like, I
she
don't know.
seems to sort of bite her lip and I'm not entirely sure. At least I hope there is. I haven't given up on that, but I'm just not. I'm not too educated on magical curses and that kind of thing.
Are you cursed?
What else can this be?
Hold on. If you're do you mind if I try something?
Okay.
I don't know. This may not work, but let's. I don't know. Maybe it'll do something to help out.
Sure.
Can you just give me your hand for a second?
Yeah. She offers her hand.
Okay. I'm gonna take her hand and um just hold it for a second and think and try to think about her and obscurity together, and I'm gonna cast remove curse.
Okay. I'd like you to roll a wisdom check. I should probably look up the DC. Let me find it.
That's probably not going to do anything.
It feels as though you're fighting against the curse. This isn't just a spell that works necessarily. At least not immediately. It's almost as if it reacts. Like it's almost like as if you're tearing and pulling away at something, and then it suddenly feels your presence there. The magic turns, and then it lashes back, and you feel like there's this electricity arcing towards you. There's sparks that actually shoot from Gleam's hand, and she seems to be startled as well and winces in pain, like, ah, ouch! And she's shaking her hand. The sparks reach and to you, and they skitter over your scales as well. And let's see, what can we do? There's a flash in your mind suddenly as those sparks reach your eyeballs, and the sight is of some long, gangly fingers. There is strings attached to a pair of crossed wooden handles, and they pull and tug at the strings, and that's when you feel yourself falling backwards suddenly. And I need you to roll a dexterity saving throw, as it feels like something pulls from you from your behind, but you don't feel the grip of any hands over you. It's like something is invisible and is like tugging at your shadow. And just for the briefest of moments, everyone does see a brief shadow over Xaxx. To you, Xaxx, you can't feel it physically, but everyone else witnesses, whoever's like walking down above them, they see a shadow reach up behind Xaxx and yank at their shoulders and attempt to throw him off the beacon. And I'm afraid, Xaxx, that's a fail. You begin to tumble. How does everyone else react?
He's beginning.
Nox, cast Thorn Whip.
Nox? You there? Xaxx is falling
Yeah.
to his death.
I am here. Sorry, I'm dealing with that.
What's your AC there?
My AC is 18.
Oh, okay. That's a good roll then. Nox, the whip it reaches just in time as he's about to fall 200 feet down, and it wraps around him. I guess you take some piercing damage as well, because you're doing this so quickly. It's just instinctual. And as soon as you feel the weight of Xaxx tug at the end of the thorn whip, I guess you're gonna have to make me some strength checks here. Athletics, probably. Everyone else can clearly see this though in this moment. So if people want to come to Nox's aid as well, their arm like gets tugged and like goes taut on the thorn whip. That's pretty good though, honestly.
Can
Yeah.
I wrap my arms around her to anchor her to the rock?
Yes. Yes, you can totally do that.
Okay.
I'm just gonna
which will
help
give you
behind
advantage.
Tanwen. To grab her from behind as well, just to add my weight.
Everyone
Okay.
heave ho.
Yeah, you can roll it
Heave-ho.
again like an advantage. You've already got a 17. We keep that. If you get higher, though, that's even better.
Athletics. What's the
Yeah.
advantage? I can't remember.
Oh, just roll it again. So,
15?
so we'll keep the 17. That's still good. You actually feel the weight of Xaxx being steadied, and with your anchored allies keeping you there, you kind of get pulled towards the edge, but you don't go over. And Xaxx is just hanging, tangled up in the thorns. The shadow, you can't see it anymore. It was only there for a brief moment, and so there's no struggle down there. But how you doing down there, Xaxx?
Oh.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna see if I can grab on to the side and try to climb up. back to at least where there's stairs.
Yeah, I would imagine there's another set, isn't there, right below you? Because as it spirals down, you would see another one below you. So yeah, you could swing onto that and pick
Okay,
yourself up onto the ledge. Yeah.
I'll do that.
Soapy's down here, actually. Funnily enough.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
Mentioned
saw
Sophie.
it.
She looks at you for a moment, with still a sort of creepy smile on her face, and she looks at you, licking the lollipop for a second, seeing you on the very edge. She kind of walks over to where your feet, to where your hands are.
Yeah. Hi. Okay,
Hi,
I'll reach
Xaxx.
my hands out. Hi. Do you want to pull me back onto the stairs here? Little
What you
help would
doing?
be. Trying not to die.
Oh. Okay. She leans down and touches your hand, and yeah, you feel that cold, dead texture to her skin. She does help lift just a little bit. I mean, she's only a small girl, so there isn't much help. But she
Yeah.
kind of giggles as she does.
I was told very explicitly that I'm not allowed to die, so
Yeah, you would have gone splat down there.
it would not have been fun.
You know, I've been thinking we should
Yeah.
have a word too.
We should have a word.
Yeah. I've been hearing a lot of talk about an army and bringing an end to bitter end, and well, that's not what we agreed on.
We agreed to disrupt her performance, and this seems a way to do that.
Yeah, disrupt a performance, not bring her harm.
Oh, I never said bring her harm. I said bring her to an end. Every play has to come to an end.
I
Even
don't
hers.
think. I don't think. Um,
If
my
the play doesn't come to an end, how can you get your standing ovation? If the play doesn't end, how do you hear the applause? All actors
um,
live for the applause at the end of the play, the showering of petals, the somebody help me, I grew up in the woods.
I'm.
Uh,
The
the
ending is the most important part of the play. If the ending isn't right, then all of the stuff that came before makes no sense. Did you know that some authors will even start with the end and work their way backwards? It's the end is the part of the play that makes everything else worthwhile.
I'm gonna ask for a deception check from
I'm not lying.
someone.
I'm
No,
persuading.
I
You're
don't think
not
you are
lying.
lying. I don't think
Yeah,
you are lying, but you are definitely trying to throw her off the trail. So
Yeah,
deception
right.
is definitely applicable here. It's not deception doesn't
Are you
have to be lying. Deception
sure?
can be misleading, and yeah,
But I'm trying to
that's gonna be
persuade her
no,
to.
it's deception.
Damn
do you
it.
want us both to roll it or just
Just
Rodolfo?
the one. Just the one is good enough.
Okay,
Oh, turns
that
out
but
She
one's good
looks at
enough.
you and goes, well, I don't know what Granny would say about all this, but you seem to make sense. Yeah.
and
Okay.
and just to add to, our discussion, didn't you see the murmurs, the flyers right above us? They put on a performance at the very end. We clapped and cheered for them, and their
We
performance
did.
was over. Did they die? No.
I think if you hadn't clapped, then you guys would have died.
See? See? Absolutely.
Just goes to show how important it is.
I am sure when we get to the end of our play, there'll be a lot of cheering.
There had better
I'm
be.
looking forward to it. And
Okay.
he turns with a smile, skips down the staircase. Gleam catches up to
Why do
you.
we have her with us again? I forget
I
what the point of that was.
I think it was to successfully get the children away from the last hag, because otherwise she would have
Be
just
nice,
gone
hey?
back and told
Yeah.
on us, basically.
Yeah, we need to do something about that. Maybe eventually.
True,
We think
but
about it next time we have a break.
Right now, I just want to get down the bottom of the stairs before anybody else falls.
Yeah, Gleam rushes down and it's like, Xaxx, are you okay? It's like has to go. She had to work her way around and down. Are you okay, Xaxx? I saw you fall. What
Yeah,
happened? Was that my fault?
No, it was my fault. I'm not very good at helping people, I guess.
No,
So
don't say that.
I try.
You tried. I could feel it working at first, but then something electrocuted us. What was that? I didn't see lightning come from the sky.
No, it's just this place and me don't get along very well. So, um, I don't know. Maybe we can try later again, but I think right now I'm not the best person to be doing anything. I'll let
She
the
has a
others.
concerned expression.
Do
Why?
any of the rest of us hear this conversation? Hear him say
Yeah,
this?
this is happening as you guys are all kind of gathered up
Okay.
next to Xaxx. He's just been talking to Gleam openly at this point. Yeah.
I nudge Tanwen and Tarquin both and kind of point to the conversation with like kind of a concerned / alarmed expression on my face. Like, we need to nip this in the bud. This is the sooner we get this over with, I think the better.
Precisely. It's why I'm trying to get us everything we can to give an edge.
Okay. And Xaxx, you help people all the time. Seriously. I mean, you and Tarquin and Rodolfo and Knox, this is the best team I've ever been on in my life. And I can't imagine going through this with anybody else.
She's right, you know. It's the amount of times we have relied on you to inspire us, to heal us, to find ingenious ways out of the problem. Your creative thinking, your
And there's nobody
everything.
else in the party that's purple. I mean, you're it. You are our most colorful person. You and Knox. I mean, and you can't even change into 3 other different people, and you're still colorful.
That's
I
why
know
Knox
that
is better than me.
I know that this is not going to make sense to you right now because you are feeling things that aren't true. But we promise we are here with you. You are valued,
Mhm.
and we will fix this. We just need you to stay with us a little bit longer, okay?
And I tell you what, you should eat a good berry. I know that we mostly give them for physical aid, but this might. You obviously are low blood sugar, so eat. Take 2 good berries. You're. This is just low blood sugar.
I don't think it's just physical.
Yeah, it's low
It's
blood sugar. Yes, yes,
sometimes life circumstances can be difficult,
it
and
can be.
Thank you for your concern, both everybody. I'll take a good berry. I'll just take one
I,
though.
I've got
They
10.
do they're pretty filling. So uh even for me. Um
That's odd.
no, I appreciate the concern, and I'm sorry if I'm bringing everybody down, but
you are not.
I'll
No,
be fine. I'll be fine.
you
Let's
could
just
never
get
do
to
that.
let's
There's a
I'll
little
be okay.
rain
It's
cloud
all
just
right.
above your head.
Hey, Xaxx,
Let's just keep going to the slates, and then we'll deal with them, and then we can move on. It'll be fine.
just listen.
I just need a moment by myself for
Okay.
just to yeah.
Tanwen, this is going to be tricky.
Amador skips up and says, "Oh, don't worry. I'm sure he'll be okay."
This is perhaps not the time, but thank you for the sentiment. And yeah, we'll leave it there but Rodolfo wants to keep an eye on Xaxx and just see.
You definitely see there's a little.
Keep him away from any edges of cliffs.
Mhm.
And
You've
yeah,
definitely
out of
reached the
danger.
bottom now, thankfully, but
Okay.
you can tell there's probably like a little rain cloud following him,
Yeah.
just giving him a small drizzle.
I tell you what,
This
Xaxx,
witch is wholly
can I?
insidious. I cannot wait to be rid of her.
Yeah.
I
Can
mean,
I
to have the
a
end of
hug?
her performance.
Okay, so
Xaxx, can I have a hug? That was so traumatic. I need a hug.
Sure. Yeah.
So I'll give Xaxx a great big giant hug.
I'll uh not as warm a hug as is normal. Sort of trying to be um trying to give a good hug, but kind of failing at that as well
oh,
right now.
and when you get wet underneath this rain cloud, but that doesn't stop
I'm
you
sorry.
from giving
I'm
you the
sorry,
hug.
Tanwen. Sorry, I'm you got wet because of me now, so I'm sorry about that.
And I haven't been wet before. I won't be wet again. Good heavens! It's just
Well,
water, and I won't melt.
let's get down the if this rain cloud keeps going, it's gonna make the stairs slippery. So why don't everybody you all walk ahead. I'll take up the rear just so that the steps are dry for everybody else.
I thought we were at the end. Didn't you say we got to the bottom?
Yeah, you're
Oh,
near
we
enough
did?
the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay.
But there is definitely a
I'll
trail that spans the cliff edge towards the Slate Clan. So yeah,
I'll
And
still take up the rear.
I
okay.
heard this song once. I can't remember. Maybe Rodolfo? You might have heard it. It's called Singing in the Rain. Just singing in the rain. No?
There's a
Nobody's
yeah.
heard of that?
I don't know that song. I'm sorry.
Well, if I can remember all the lyrics, it's a very cheerful song. I'll have to teach it to everybody.
All right.
All right. And as you're heading towards the Slate Clan, Nox, there's a curious buzzing sound that seems to get closer and closer every now and again. And you sure enough see Pollinella, the little honeybee, seems to come buzzing to your shoulder and then tries to go around to the other shoulder. It's almost like they're not trying to be a nuisance, but they're clearly trying to gain your attention, maybe? Or maybe they're curious about something, but it's just you, Nox, that they seem to be buzzing around.
Um, I'll reach out my hand and I'll make like a little flower bloom, like to get Polinella's attention over to my hand and just say, "What's up, little buddy? What's the matter?"
Oh, she lands and definitely sort of investigates the flower. But then it seems to look around again, and where on your person is the Buzz Lightyear?
Buzz Lightyear. I'd say I've kind of fixed it in my hair, like on one of the branches. So it's just
What-
like a little hair accessory at this point until it needs to be used.
After Pollinella prances around on the flower you made for about a few seconds, it buzzes back up, and now you can feel them moving around in your hair. Definitely.
Ah, stop that. That tickles.
And then you see it it seems to like be buzzing with something else. Like there's a mechanical buzzing, and then there's a buzzing from Pollinella, and then a buzz from like there seems to be some sort of almost conversation happening.
They're making friends.
Maybe. Maybe. Oh,
They're
that was
beast
so.
friends.
I was. I didn't mean to do that at first, but now I totally mean it. I intend your puns, people.
Intend them.
Yes. But yeah, it seems Polonella. It seems to be either maybe having a curious conversation with Buzz Lightyear, and Amador pops his head round the corner, and it's like, oh, there you are, my love. I thought I'd lost you for a moment.
Got a new
Oh,
name.
hey, yeah, I see you're making friends. That's good. That's good. Yes. Well, you're safe. That's all I needed to know. He seems to stay close to you, and every so often looking up towards your head.
Rodolfo has been curious about this for a while, so he's going to approach on the other side and be like, "So what is the deal with? I mean, how does a dandelion fall in love with a bee? And how? I mean, can you talk? Are you how to ask this delicately? Will there eventually be a marital relations? In when it is appropriate and proper. I must admit, usually one stays with at least similar species, if not the same species. Not that there's anything wrong with diversity.
Why,
But
indeed, yes. You know,
how does
love
it?
is just one of life's greatest mysteries, isn't it? We don't choose who we fall in love with. It sort of just happens, like a sort of magic, maybe.
Ah, and how did it happen for you? There must be a story there.
Oh, yes, of course. It was a love at first sight. And Polonella has chosen me as well. We seem to be a perfect match. Maybe it's my flowery verse, if you'll pardon the pun.
Is that
But
a pun, really? Anyway, so you say it was love at first sight. Can you tell me the story? I love to hear stories about how people fall in love. It's very
yes,
romantic.
Polonella was. I found them, unfortunately, in a bit of a state, an emotional state. They were all alone, and I sung to them. I couldn't help but try to help them, cheer them up. I'm a dandelion, after all. It's what I do. And I sung, I said, "Do not cry, my love. Let me catch your tears. As fairies collect morning dew, let me lift your spirit like a seed on the breeze." And I seemed to have an effect on Polonella. They started to cheer up. I saw hope in their little tiny eyes, and then I understood their plight. That
And
crashing monster of an ogre was keeping her prisoner. She's escaped. She's the queen, and she's escaped. But she clearly feels guilty for having left her swarm. Now she's torn. Does she return back to her people to lead them, but in doing so become a prisoner again? Or does she flee in search of some sort of salvation she can return? And that became my quest. I championed the cause. The pursuit of love now compels me. We will find justice for Polonella too.
what does justice look like for you? To kill the ogre? To
They,
escape freedom?
yeah, they pull out their little rapier and they kind of like put it on the ground. They place their hands on top of the hilt as if sort of making an oath, and they say, "Yes, freedom and prosperity for the honeybees. They must choose their own home, not be carried like a prisoner and being used by this ogre. That doesn't sit right."
Can
It's the
I
queen who should be-
insight check and see if he
Sure.
believes what he's saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think he does, but I don't know. This whole thing is very weird.
Yeah, it seems like he talks a lot of what's the word, like airy sort of like ideals. He definitely has this good nature in him, but I think you're picking up on maybe a flaw that how do I put this? He thinks he's doing it good, like he thinks he's doing it for the good, like the right reasons, and the good. There is good in him, but I don't think he understands fully. He's sort of just trusting his heart, right?
Yeah.
He's not.
Yes. That
Yes, self-righteous a little bit. Yeah, Nox. He thinks he's doing good, maybe for the sake of doing good, and he's trying to win Polinella's heart. Maybe you're filling him with a slight scent of doubt, because you said like, "Why is a dandelion in love with a bee?" Like, does that not make sense? And maybe you're seeding that doubt a little bit, and maybe he has some in his own mind, but he's trying to like wave it off as if no, it can be love can be anywhere between any kind. So, but you can tell there's maybe some self doubt there, and
Okay.
having this goal, this righteous goal, is keeping him occupied in that regard. He doesn't want to stop or slow down to think about those questions.
was seeding doubt a pun? Wait,
Yes, it was. Of course. Yes, it was.
Yes, we live for the puns.
Okay. So yeah, I'll make a note to ask Nox later what the bee was saying if she can find out from Buzz. But
Please do.
yeah. Well, he'll go on just chatting about love and ideals with with Dandelion and trying to keep him busy while that conversation between the insects is going on.
Okay, perfect. He continues to talk. Oh, my beautiful Polynella, a vision in stripes. And he continues down the pathway and very preoccupied whilst Polynella busily chats back and forth with your Buzz Lightyear. They seem to be getting along just fine. And you can even see sort of Buzz like nodding and nodding, like they're listening like intently to. Yeah. Okay. All right. So then that conversation's kind of wrapped up, and Polynella sort of nods as in return, and then flies back down and begins to continue to orbit Amador. And he's much relieved. He says, "Ah, see, to know true love, you have to. You can't just cage a bird. You must let it fly, and if it truly loves you, it'll come back."
So true, so true. Yes, love is
Ah.
choice. Yes, you to choose every day to be with the one you want. Freedom, so important.
Come, Polynella, take in my heavenly scent. Ruffles their petals for a moment, and some pollen pops into the air. Anyway, it's a little odd, yeah. But continuing to the road, you start to see the signs of slate structures. There's like an archway similar to like that of the Stonehenge, and indeed, it's solid, flat material. And yeah, we have arrived at the Slate Clan. So, there's several stone homes as you pass through the archway on the mountainside before you, each with a uniquely ornamented plated roof. The artistry and care with which the tiles have been laid is obvious, and it is clear that the Slate Clan takes great pride in their work. And you can see that there seems to be a gathering of Corrids. They're sort of in a uniform like line, and at one end where the kind of attention is focused is on a slate stand, and you can see the expressions for most seem to be that kind of a sad and serious sort of tone. Yeah. So what do you guys do? You approach them, or are you gonna watch from a distance?
Well, I'm gonna say, Tarquin, your turn.
All right, my turn again. All right.
Yes, go talk. Go talk to people.
All right. Tarquin will head over and just sort of be like, "Hello, I'm Tarquin of the Carnival Cards. Nice to meet you."
They turn around. Their expression doesn't change, but one of them says, "Oh, the Carnival Cards. Are you from around here?
No,
Were you invited to the funeral?"
we have come to pay our respects and to honor the departed.
The corridor at the front on the stand pipes up and tries to get a better view of you. She says, "You knew my mother?"
No, but
Or-
even if we don't know a person, we can still respect their passing and honor their life, I think. And whilst we are here, it seems appropriate to do so. However, the honoring of them will be something to discuss afterwards, once things are perhaps a little bit more appropriate. But I will need to speak to whoever is in charge, I suppose, whoever your clan leader is.
Suppose there's a very kind of awkward look upon the cards' faces. Some of them sort of shuffle, but they all look towards the corridor at the front. This female corridor, she's quite young, but not younger than most. Like, she's not a child. She's just clearly like getting her first braids. Who knows?
Yes. Well,
Their hair is still not. It's not as rough and as tangled as others. It's sort of like still kind of like slightly smoother than others. She sort of stutters and hesitates for a moment. I suppose I'm the head.
Well,
Yeah.
well,
My name is my Zelda.
Well, as I said, my name is Tarquin, and I'm the leader of the Carnival Cards. So, as one leader to a newly appointed leader, or should I say, in my case, one monarch to the leader of a clan, it is an honor to meet you, and I am truly sorry for your loss.
They kind of nod and well, we are honored to also have your presence here, although it is a sad time.
Yes.
I feel like new faces are going to lighten the mood. Perhaps.
Exactly. We have been sent by and also on our own purposes by Queen Argantor to discuss a proposition with yourself, but before then, I suppose we should pay our respects, shouldn't we?
Well, you sort of just arrived at the end, and yes, you can still provide provide some sort of closure.
Yes.
She seems to be struggling constantly, and the other Corrids are leaning from one foot to another, looking side to side. Oh well.
How young is she?
She's Hard to tell with the beard.
But she's far younger than any of the clan leaders we've seen, I would assume.
Yes, she's younger than that, but not
She's-
like
She's not one of
she's not like a
the
child.
Yeah.
She's adolescent. Yeah, adolescent.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
you would expect like this is not so young that they couldn't lead, but definitely the earlier years. Right. So I think with that and everything said, we can adjourn. I know feelings are still bad. But let's not dwell. Mother would have wanted us to be stronger and stay together. Okay, that's it. Yeah, she sort of steps off the slate stand and says, you can go back to your business, everyone.
Yes.
She's shaking. You can see she's shaking and she's scratching the top of her head.
Tarquin will walk up and place a hand on their shoulder. You did well. Looks to the others. As your new leader said, do not dwell too much on your loss. Instead, celebrate the life that she led and the lessons that she taught and become stronger for them.
As you go up to her and you place a hand on her shoulder, you can notice that in her other hand, she's got something under her arm, and it looks like a box kind of made of slate. And she kind of sighs and says, "Oh, it's not how I imagined sort of wrapping it up. No, it wasn't your fault. You didn't throw me. It's this. It's Mother left it behind. She said it was a special gift for me when it was time for me to take on this responsibility, but I've not been able to open it."
Well,
she seems to like almost kick herself.
Perhaps myself and my companions can offer our own insight to help you. I'm sure it is just perhaps due to the loss, your mind is perhaps clouded and you've not been able to quite work it out, but we are here to help.
Really? You could help?
I'm sure we
I've
can.
not been able to make heads or tails of this.
Well,
you're probably right.
Puzzles are at least a certain fascination for at least myself and some of my companions. So we will certainly do what we can to help.
Please, would you follow me? And
of course.
She leads you to a separate grounds where she's gonna get a bit more privacy to speak with you, and she's not in the eye of everyone else. And she sort of places it down on a slate table, and she seems to pace back and forth for a moment and says, I haven't got the confidence to rule the clan. I can't even open the box. That's how useless I am.
You're not going to have the confidence immediately. It's something new. You've suffered a great loss, and it's fine to be nervous. No leader is ever completely sure. They always have doubts. I mean, the amount of doubts I have going through my head on a daily basis could probably make your head spin. Like, did I make the right decision there? Could I have done better? Could I have done this? But at the end of the day, you can't let those thoughts control you. You've got to just try your best, and as you do it more, you'll get better. It's like anything. I'm sure your mother taught you many things, and you've just got to hold on to those lessons, interpret them as you can, and lead to the best of your ability.
Right.
I know it is a difficult thing when you lose your greatly revered parent, mentor, teacher, but sometimes the time has come, and even if you do not expect it, all you can do and all your teacher will expect of you is that you meet it with your best, you remember what you have been taught, and you remember that everyone learns. Nobody knows anything at the beginning.
Yes.
Everyone is faking it to a certain degree.
And remember, whilst you have to lead, no leader is ever truly alone. If you need to ask for advice at the beginning or even further on, nobody's going to question that. I mean, the amount of times when I've asked before I've made decisions in the past is quite a few, but
Perhaps you could advise me on this puzzle box.
yes, that seems like an appropriate place to start indeed. Let's have a look. See what we can
Okay.
see.
Yeah.
Yes,
she,
please. Puzzle time.
Okay.
Oh no,
she
it's a
shows you.
sliding
Just
puzzle.
to add one more thing,
Yeah.
my grandmother was the wisest woman that I ever knew, and she said the day that you stop learning is the day that you start dying.
Okay.
So you Tarquin and Rodolfo are absolutely correct.
Okay,
I hear what you're saying. I just. She trails off.
I think I may have already worked out the gist of this puzzle.
Hmm.
We have to
Okay.
shift the tiles around.
Yes, but
So
I
you
think
should actually have control
yeah.
of
So
said tile.
what I think it is
Try just picking one. Oh, there's a lot.
Yeah.
You're grabbing all
yeah.
of them at
Let
the
me
same time.
just let's just put them all back. So essentially, what I think we need to do, and this is just my initial assumption, is we need to slide these along so that there is a number of tiles in each column or row equal to the number in the thing. So, for example, in this row here, there needs to be 3. But whereas in this column, there only needs to be 1.
Okay, yeah, I get that.
So at the moment, I'm thinking. I assume these can
No,
only be
no,
slid.
that can't be it, because look at this one. This one is
Yeah, so that
3
needs.
and 3 and 1. Oh, and 1.
Yeah, so I
So you
don't
can't have 2 rows there and only 1 on this side.
exactly. So at the moment, I would think.
Yeah, the slate plates do slide around,
Yeah,
and
I assume.
but they
we
don't
ca-
seem to be able to remove
Yeah.
from the actual
Yeah.
frame.
Okay.
I can't seem to.
Oh, I
grab
see.
any
Never mind.
ones.
If you're trying to pick one, Xaxx, try just dragging a box that's not selecting any to sort of deselect them, and then try clicking on one of them, and then press like arrow keys and see if that works, or WASD.
So that would
Tell me how you.
Nope, I can't
And
move
then
them. That's fine.
no. Okay, hold
No,
on.
but I trust Tarquin to do it.
1 second. I'll see if I can help. No, they are carnival cards, so everyone should have
Yeah.
permission on them. I'll double check.
Yeah. Just.
Carnival cards.
Maybe I need to.
Everyone's an owner of
Three.
carnival cards. But you should be able to move them.
Is that shuffle?
Says you cannot take this action where the game is currently paused.
Oh, okay, that's not right. There you go. Sorry, that might have just been a glitch when you loaded in.
Oop, now I was moving
Chaos.
everything over. I can't move only one. Let's try this.
Okay, and
Nope.
then. I think.
So
Yeah,
I'm very
I
confused.
can't. I just moved the whole thing.
Okay.
I can only move the whole thing as well, but
that
whoever
is
can.
odd.
Yeah.
One in there, 1 there, 3 there, 3 there, 2 there, 2 there, 3 there. That should be it, I think.
Late already. Well, okay.
Unless I'm miscounting.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Hold on a
1,
minute.
2,
Let me
1,
try and
2,
copy
3.
one of these.
That
and
looks
place
good
it
to
down
me.
here. I've made another one here. See if you can select just this one down here. Does that work? Yeah,
that's where.
I can see you moving just that one. Don't know why it did it with all the other. Oh, you've got it now. Yeah, I can see you just moving one now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
But
All right.
it's
So,
already solved, so
well,
no need.
you think that? Yeah. That's a good assumption. There does seem to be some sort of pattern that Tarquin's organized them into. And as soon as you do, Tarquin, you hear a kind of stone-like tapping sound and a click. And on the side of the box, you see there are three square-like recesses, and one of them pops out as if it's like a lock that's just sort of clicked out of place. And as you look at it, there are that's one of three locks that have sort of disengaged.
Okay. Does anything
Now-
else change?
No, nothing else changes, but it does seem as though one of three locks have been disengaged. If someone else wants to have a go, then come up with a solution, and there you go. I'll just say Julian seems to be eager. You want to give it a shot? Other people can help along, but well done, Tarquin. He has definitely solved something. You've done one. I want to see if the others can also get a
Yep.
a
I will
solution
step
here.
back.
No worries. Cheers. Good job on getting the one for the first one straight away though. That's fast. And it does seem like Tarquin could be correct, like in the assumption of how it's solved.
So it have to be just three
Maybe the
different
second
versions,
one
'cause this
is a reversal. So instead of
hold
having
on.
one
Julian.
filled,
Julian, you just hear a click. Actually, I think you
Yep.
just did a second one.
There's
That'll
more than
work.
one way to solve the puzzle.
Yes. Julian. Oh, sorry, Xaxx. As you place that slate tile, you hear that kind of rocky click, and then another recess on the side. One of the three squares pops out like a peg, and there's one still in.
Okay.
So the one that's highlighted, if you move that one to the right, and then in the top row, the middle one, move that one square to the left.
So.
That one to the right,
Okay, I'll just
and then go up two,
move
and that one to the left.
Mm.
Is that 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 3?
I think that might be another one.
I don't see any flaws, but it's not clicking.
It looks good to me, but you're right. There isn't a clicking sound. Like, it clearly is no faults in this one, but for whatever reason, this doesn't seem to unlock the mechanism.
Perhaps go with. I mean, how? Just a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'll tell you
7.
what. Tell you what, Rodolfo. You feel you feel justified in the fact that this definitely abides by the rules. It seems to work in your head, at least.
Yeah, he
And
keeps
so-
counting and going. No, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. No,
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
he's convinced that he's right.
I'm not sure it's possible to do it with the blanks because there's fewer of the blanks.
Yes, it's not the same number. So how can it be?
Yeah, because there's only 7 blanks.
Okay. So how else?
So I'll tell you. I'm going to rearrange it just real quick. You've done this,
Yeah.
okay? And you've done this,
Huh.
and those two unlocked it.
So that's
Um,
there.
Yeah.
And then. Huh.
Ooh, there's a bit of wind from the mountains blowing into someone's mic there.
Yeah, trying to think. There must be
My goodness.
something we're missing.
I'll put it back to the start, so you go. Oh, sorry. I won't touch it anymore.
Okay, so the question I'm asking now is, if it's not just any solution, it has to be a particular solution,
Yeah.
a particular way of doing it, but I have absolutely no idea how to judge other than just keep trying. I don't know what the first two did that the others didn't.
Julian's on something. What's Nox doing whilst everyone's like peering over the top of this puzzle? Oh, there you are.
I'm here.
You're all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't really think I'm very well. My intelligence isn't the greatest.
No, that's true. But you can always chip in if you want out of character. Sometimes puzzles feel a bit meta in D&D, but I'm happy for you to sort of solve it out of character as well.
Oh, what am I doing? Oh my
Ooh,
god.
there's a template.
Oh, I've placed a template. I don't know
Are you
how.
moonbeaming the
1,
puzzle
2,
out of
3.
frustration?
1, 2,
I imagine that's what
I can't-
Elliot would do.
I'm really
It's-
not sure what that was.
That was strange.
Is that enough? I think that's a solution.
Let me
This is
see.
I'm confused about that because like my selection tool or anything, like to click on it, is just a
Julian.
template.
Oh, okay. You got the template tool selected. Do you want to click one tool up
Oh, okay.
on the
Yeah,
sidebar?
yeah, I fixed it
You're
now.
trying to add your own tiles, I know. Julian, that is, by the looks, I don't see anything wrong with that either. I'm counting. It looks correct to me.
But it's not one of
All
the
right.
solutions.
You know what? I think at this point, you found so many other solutions that it just... You seem to like have it in a perfect position. There isn't a click at first. And then even my Zelda seems a little confused. She's like scratching her head.
You know, I can see why you had difficulty solving this. It seems like even it doesn't know the right answers.
You know, that's what I was thinking. Maybe this thing's just really old. It has been lying around waiting
in
for
that
me this whole
case-
time.
In that case, Tarquin just sort of looks at where the thing is, and
Yeah.
just taps on that, like to try to loosen it.
It loosens and pops out, and sure enough, you feel the lid become loose. It just pops out after that single tap. Oh, hey,
I
you
knew
did it!
I knew all that time trying to pick locks would help me one day. Because it's a puzzle lock. So it kind of makes sense. Tarquin's probably dealt with things like this before because he tried to pick his own lock.
Yeah, you just need sometimes a little bit TLC.
Yeah.
And sure enough, though, that 1, 2, 3 has been completed, and the lid does begin to slide off. And my Zelda says, "May I?"
Of course, it's all
sort of-
yours.
She
Consider
squares up with
this
it.
us being your advisors for this part, but the result is all on you as a leader.
You guys are great. You solved it so quick. She slides the lid away, and to reveal what's inside. And there's a little bit of dust from where it has been kept so long. And let's see, change the music up. Yon, 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 yon. Okay. She reaches inside and she kind of gasps and puts her hand to her mouth. She's overcome with emotion and she reaches in. You can see she seems to be pulling out a medallion, and there's intricate patterns similar to like the one with the granite medallion, but this one is made out of slate, and it has these kind of swirling engravings, and anyone who's proficient with Terran would understand kind of what it says. So primordial or Terran or any of those languages. But if you're not, she will read it aloud in any case. If you're not, she says, she left a message behind. And she begins to pull the chain taut so that it kind of rises the medallion up in the air. And it says, always lead by example. And I've not been leading at all. I haven't been setting a good example. This pendant it's like the one that was given to me a long time ago, but this one's way more special. It's from my mother and made for my sort of, I guess, transition, like from just a Korrid clan member to a full leader. I've been thinking about this all the wrong way. I've been putting too much pressure on myself, and it's a big pair of shoes to fill. But you're right. This clan is unified together by its people. Who am I to just try and lead all by myself? I should definitely lean on my advisors and my friends and my people.
Oh, it seems like from that you've already learned a lot about being a leader.
Well, I want to show my appreciation somehow. A gesture. She looks to her old pendant and undoes the chain, or it's actually like a little rope cord. But says, "I have a new medallion now, one fit for a leader, I suppose." Would you accept this?
If it
As
is
sort of
if it is something
gift?
you believe that we deserve, then we will take it with pride and with honor and with gratitude.
It's always helped me in times of worry or fear. And as she puts the new one on, there's sort of a slight glow from the pendant, and she sort of stands up straight suddenly, and her expression changes from like kind of worry to sort of one of confidence. And she says, "I know what I need to do now. I know we need to unify all the clans, not just mine."
Exactly, and that's actually what we're here for. We saved the best for last on our uniting of the clans.
And you see a glow at her fingertips that sort of matches that other medallion. And then she sort of clenches it into a fist and says, "You're going to take on Bitter End, aren't you?"
That's the plan.
I heard word. Well, you can count on the Slate to be there.
Right. Excellent.
Her magic may be strong, but ours is unified.
Exactly. The clans united will be victorious. And it will not just be the clans of the Korrids, it will be the Briganox and also the Peritons as well will be, and potentially some salamanders and fiery elementals too.
She nods and says, "Well, we've trained in the arts of lithomancy and stone magic. We can definitely lend our aid in spell casting."
Excellent. We'll need every edge we can get. And the
We
power
have a
of
few other
8.
tricks.
And the power of 8 can defy fate.
She smiles and seems overjoyed at the idea of that. Sounds perfect. The rest of you, please. I don't know who deserves this more, but I leave it in your hands to sort of what's the word? Choose to like whoever wants this. Basically, you can choose amongst yourselves who deserves it.
Yeah.
And she hands the medallion to you, Tarquin. But yeah, she says, make sure that someone who if they have worries or fears, that medallion will help them overcome them.
So, based on that, it protects against fear?
Yes.
Okay.
You can use, whilst wearing the pendant, you can use an action to end the frightened condition on yourself. Pretty good.
Okay.
And it has the three kind of slate circles fused together.
As in 3
with the inscription sort of overcome your fears. Together, we fear nothing.
Okay. Sorry, I have a... I'm just checking something for a moment.
But you guys can decide amongst yourselves who you feel appropriate.
I have a slight question in regards to it. Because I already have an item that protects me from fear and charm effects. And obviously, out of character, I know that that's a item which can essentially grow and evolve by time in a horde. But I'm wondering if maybe having these two objects near each other would allow it to get to that next stage, because it's kind of a similar effect, because essentially the next step of the one that I have would basically, rather than having advantage, I would be immune from frightened, and people within 30 feet of me would have that protection against charmed or frightened. So I'm just wondering if there's some way I can use this to essentially stir this.
Potentially. However, I do imagine those the next stages and evolutions of those items, I imagine they take hundreds of years to sort of actuate, because they stew in that magical horde. Like dragons live for hundreds of years. But
then I think...
so an idea, but I don't think it would have. I don't think it'll evolve in this campaign.
Yeah, that's fair. In which case, as it's an item that has that, I'm guessing it has charges.
Nope. Maybe 3. That sounds good. Yeah, but you know what? When are you getting feared 3 times in a day?
I know.
You know what I mean?
But
You're probably not going to
an attunement item?
No. Oh wait, let me check. No. No, anyone can make use of this.
In which case, considering what we're doing at the moment, and considering how they're feeling at the moment, I feel like, and as they solve 2 of the puzzles, even though Rodolfo also solved 1, I'm going to offer it to Xaxx to take. Because he's obviously having, emotions at the moment, and also where we're going, I would imagine it's going to affect him with those effects more than most others.
I have an ability that can end the frightened condition on me, so I...
You do? Wow. Okay. Then it seems a lot of people don't really...
I have an ability that can end the frightened condition on anybody within 30 feet of me.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. Twilight clerics. Overpowered.
Okay,
I mean,
in which case...
Yeah.
So it'd be whoever would most likely be more than 30 feet away from me.
In which case, I'm debating between Rodolfo and Tanwen.
I think one of those is.
Give it to Rodolfo. She casts magic, which can be much more powerful and decisive in the final battle.
True, but
So-
but as a bodyguard, you probably shouldn't want to be afraid.
I was gonna say, as a fighter, we need Tanwen to be able to approach people. Like if I'm frightened, I can't get any closer.
Range
So
But they stay ranged, whereas you're more likely to go up front than Rodolfo is.
yeah.
Right.
I think
Sure.
I'm gonna give
You
it to
can always-
Tanwen.
Okay. You can always hand this to someone else later on if you wish. It's not attunement, so it's very easy to sort of pass it around, really.
Okay.
So yeah. Okay. So you put. Oh wait, I've got the item. Let me give it to you. Slate medallion. It's slate pendant. I'm looking in actors tab, not items.
Because-
Tanwen?
Because I'm resistant to the effect. Nox is resistant
Okay.
to the at least part. I think we're resistant to charm. As a
Yeah, I'm
fair-
resistant to charm.
And you've got proficiency in wisdom saves, don't you?
Yeah.
Which gives you a very big edge on fear
and
effects.
Tanwen doesn't. So yeah, it makes most sense for Tanwen, I think.
Thank you
all
very
right,
much.
there
I
we go.
appreciate the consideration.
Yeah.
There you go. It's on your sheet and equipped. You can have a
Thank
little
you.
look at it. Cool. And then after that, then the Slate clan says, "We'll head over to Lockberry Henge, then I guess."
Yeah. And
No, I'm not. Sorry, I'm not guessing. That's what we're gonna do,
exactly.
right, guys?
Yeah.
She seems to bolster her own confidence. Like, I'm not second guessing myself. Let's take out Bitter End.
Exactly.
Okay. In that case, we'll meet you there.
Right.
And
yes.
then, as she goes to pick up the box, she then sort of chuckles to herself. Oh, I see it now. And she quickly rearranges the pieces. There. And then she picks it up and heads off. That was the last solution.
Oh.
But I can't believe you guys found 2 additional solutions beyond the 3. So, like, massive kudos to you guys. That was cool.
Yeah. I mean,
Coincidence is a wonderful thing.
yeah.
Now, did that seem very easy? But who am I to look a gift horse in the face?
Maybe easy to you. I was standing there going, I have no idea what they're going to do.
I
No,
think.
but only to solve a puzzle and that's all we need.
Well,
is
but
very easy.
by solving the puzzle and through our talk, we have given the new leader of this clan the confidence to lead their people into this fight, and that could have gone other ways if we hadn't been able to solve the puzzle. But we have been successful in that, and to be honest, as they've said, word has got round that we're trying to unite the clan, so I imagine that had some effect, because the fact we've managed to unite 7 of them, they're like, these
Exactly.
guys probably know what they're on about.
It's like one small pebble to begin with. Now you feel like a landslide of allies are approaching. Cool. Perfect. Well, whilst you're here and you see them setting out off to Lockberry Henge, there's a kind of a wind in the air. So I want to say it's one of hope and one of determination, but it feels foul. There's almost a sort of a scent, almost like it's rotten from some distant crypt or something.
Is my longbow of warning going off?
It is not,
Okay.
but what it does do is it potentially slightly wrestles in your hand, almost as if the wind picks up, threatening to sort of tear your belongings away. It doesn't seem to coalesce like it did before into that tornado. Instead, it seems to almost like push you just in a direction, like a big gust.
Hmm.
It's
Which direction
pushing
does
you.
it seem to be coming from, and where it seems to be pulling us
It
to?
pushes you away. Southwest. So it pushes you this. Oh God, hold on. Pushes you. trying to get my ruler. Pushes you like this way.
Hmm.
Funnily enough, actually, where the Korod clan are kind of going at first, but yeah.
Something doesn't want us to go that way. What do you say?
You mean like the other way?
They don't. It seems to be trying to drive us southwest, but southeast. Sorry, southeast. Yeah, and
Yeah, I wanted to
instead,
push you southeast.
well, and doesn't want us to go northwest. So you know what I think? We go northwest.
I agree. It feels foul.
Yeah, and whatever it is, if worst comes to worst, I'm sure Xaxx can eat it.
Okay.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Right. So you're gonna go the opposite direction to the Korod clan, and you wind your way around the mountainous canyon before you. And it's not long before, up in the distance, sticking out like a sore thumb in this desolate, grey and dark land, there is a colorful and bright kite. And it is wrestling in the wind, flapping furiously against it. And there's little bows all the way down in different colors, like blue, red, yellow, all the colors of the rainbow kind of on the string. And you can see the string is attached to something, but it's just around the corner. You can't tell unless you walked all the way around. But it is tugging and wrestling at that string,
I'm curious
and it's
now.
also precariously close to the edge of of the mountainside as well.
How far round is it, would we say? Is it like quite a distance once we're near there,
Uh,
or
yeah, you're coming around like you're closing in 200 feet, 150 feet. You're closing in,
okay.
and you're coming around.
Right. I'm it's dangerous for anyone really to go that near the edge, but the person it's least dangerous for is probably me, because the lightning doesn't seem to have vendetta against me, and I can survive falls, so I'll sneak it.
Perhaps we should tie a rope
Clapperclaw.
around your waist.
Clapperclaw says, "I think Nox is the best. They'd handled the wind last time."
That's true. Nox, how about me and you go check it out?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll come with.
Right, let's go. Let's go quietly and carefully in case it's a danger. Everyone else follow, but at a distance. Try to stay in a safe area where, if we need to, we can get there. You can get there quickly.
Again, can we tie a rope around your waist so we can pull you back from the edge if we need to?
I mean, you can tie one around Nox's waist. I mean, if I fall, I'm just gonna fly back.
Knox, it's up to you. I don't know if this will help or if this will hinder. So it's entirely up to you.
I'll risk it. I'll risk it without.
Okay.
Okay.
You hear as you're getting closer a voice on the wind. It sounds very childlike. It sounds like they're in distress, and you can hear them sort of grunting against the wind, and it is swirling around and getting more and more violent. And I can hear my voice echo. It's like echo. It's Jamey.
Oh, it's me?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he finally fixed the speakers when
Oh,
he
did
came
he?
back.
That's probably why.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay. You come around the corner and you can see a small goblin girl. She's trying to pull the kite down, and every time she does, she like loses a bit of strength, and the string pulls back at her, and she nearly comes close to the edge. And she's like, ah! She turns and sees you, and she says, "My arms, they're so very sore."
Tarquin's gonna quickly dash over and try to help. Even if he's not got a lot of strength, he can at least help.
I don't want to fly this kite anymore. And as you're getting close, she says, "But I can't let go. I can't let go of the string." And she seems like panicked and it's Creeping Lynn says I'll become an old thing.
Okay, let's pull it in then. Nox, of the three of us, we should be able to pull against the wind. Maybe you can you do like a gust or something to blow it towards us?
I do not have that.
Okay.
That.
Let me just think. Is there anything I can do in particular? Not in this case, apart from try to fly out there.
Maybe the Juniper? We can have Juniper grab the rope and pull it in?
Possibly, but this is quite near an edge. I'd be more worried about Juniper than either of us. Between 3 people, I'd imagine, though, even with our low strength. Potentially. Can we just try to pull it in between the 3 of us, the Goblin Girl and us 2?
I will say, as you're trying to get in between, the wind suddenly picks up, and you see the kite suddenly turn to face the lot of you. And I say face because, as you see its pattern, it sort of shifts and turns into that of a snarling, sharp-toothed face that just sneers at you. And it still has these beautifully colored bows all the way down the string. But then it pulls really violently.
It's a kite of devouring.
Yes, you recognize the pattern I picked up.
Yeah.
I made this kite, by the way.
Yep.
The kite violently pulls at the goblin girl, threatening to be closer to the edge.
Yep.
And it's almost like as you try to step forward, she gets pulled a step forward towards the edge.
Little girl, you were said you had to keep a hold of the string otherwise.
I can't let go. I'll become old, like Creeping Lynn old.
Then Tarquin sort of considers
She's
this.
practically boned.
Can't let go of the kite or can't let go of the string? What were her words?
She says, "Don't let go, or I'll become an old thing."
And
That's it. That's all I know. I'm sorry.
And that would rhyme with string. So,
could we either dispel the magic or remove curse sort of thing if it's some sort of curse that's been put on the little goblin girl?
At that mention, Rodolfo, your detect magic is very active, as you normally have that eldritch sight. And at the mention of curse, you see a sort of flare on the coloured bows going down the string. A magic, I guess, of what would that be? Curse magic. Yeah, you can tell there's clearly some sort of magic that flares when you say curse.
Enchantment.
So, Xaxx, can you remove curse on the bows? Do you have that still?
I have it still. Just last time
It's
I tried
necromancy.
to remove a curse, I
different-
almost fell off the side of a hill.
Okay, well, I will hold on to you, and you can try. Just
I need
you know,
I need to touch it, though.
different patient. Oh, you need to touch it.
I need to touch it. I can't do it.
Yeah,
from
and it
random
won't let
attack.
us get close. Okay.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
If you even
It
reach
does
out,
seem to be
Xaxx,
cursed in some kind, but how do we get it closer so he can touch it?
I have an
How
idea,
far
but
away
it's
is
a
it?
risk.
How far away is the kite?
I guess so. It's about 30 feet, we'll say. You've got quite close. That's when it noticed
Hey,
you.
hey, Mr. Kite. Um, why don't you just make your way a little bit closer to us? We won't come closer to you. You can come closer to us, and I'd like for you to approach. And I'm gonna cast command.
Command on the kite. Okay. All right. Oh, this is the wisdom saving throw.
It's a
It's wisdom.
it's a wisdom saving throw.
Oh,
DC
okay.
16.
All right. Oh my! No, what the? -4. What is this?
Take that, animated object.
I really had to roll a nat 20 to succeed. Okay, but maybe this doesn't fully solve the issue because the kite is sneering at you for the moment, Xaxx, and when you speak this command, its face sort of, glosses over. It goes like, oh, its mouth kind of goes gaped, and it does begin to sort of slowly try to wrestle itself towards you. However, the wind pushes it away again, and it's at this point you realize it's not controlling the wind. The spell definitely took effect, and it's trying to get to you, but then the wind suddenly picks up again, and it's like wrestling, and it pushes the kite away again, and then about 6 seconds later, its eyes kind of flutter, and then it shakes itself from side to side, and then looks at you and sneers even more, like viciously.
Okay.
Yeah, that figures.
30
I
feet
failed
away.
again.
Does anyone have gust?
No.
Hmm.
My arm is so sore. Ah! The wind again, like whooshes.
I'm just trying
I'm gonna take the can I take the string from the girl, or at least help her hold it?
We tried, and that made the wind pick up even more.
Hmm.
Yes, it did.
Sorry.
You go close. If you even reach out, she goes, no, no, no! I can't let go of the string. And the wind swirls and
God,
whoosh,
can you
Well,
like
what about
almost.
if she doesn't have to let go of the string, but we can hold it like higher up so that we're taking some of the weight? You know what I mean?
or
I don't want to risk it. And again, as she says that, another gust blows her hair into her face.
Okay. We
Chuck.
Knox, can you thorn whip the kite then?
Can
What do I
I
do?
can I dispel the magic?
Okay. Dispel what magic?
The wind.
So, Rodolfo doesn't see magic on necessarily the wind, but I see you want to just sort of throw it out there. I will still allow this if you cast a spell, and you'll see what happens, because this might still reveal and help you get something. So, is it? How do you describe it again, Nox? What is it, like the same motions as last time?
Yeah, same sort of motions. I just throw in a bit of energy to kind of dispel the magic, if there is magic.
Yeah. Okay. So there's that, I guess, spring-like scent in the air that kind of battles against the wind, and as you try to tear it away, it doesn't feel like there's one concentrated like tornado like the last time you had a visible thing you could concentrate and see. But with the wind being so, well, airy, it's hard to pick it out, and you're like you sort of end up having to just sort of throw it in the direction where you hope the wind is, and for a briefest of moment, it connects, and you tear away the slight fabric of the Feywild. It feels like the very essence of Prismere itself is slightly dispelled, and you see the kite drop for a second, and you see a panicked look in the child's face, and he goes, "No, the kite! I can't let go." And as she says that, you see a big upsaw of wind yank the kite back up into the air.
Does anyone have
Oh!
calm emotions?
I do.
Because the wind almost seems tied to this girl's emotions.
I will cast calm emotions.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
I see you. I see you trying to help, but it's not working. What's
Yeah, I'll
what's
cast calm
happening?
emotions. I'll cast calm emotions on the girl. On the little
Okay.
girl.
There's no DC, is there? It's just.
It's a charisma saving throw.
Oh, it is. Okay. They
DC
fail.
16.
I'm not gonna roll for them. They fail. They're only a child, but the effect is as it says on the tin. It calms their emotions, right? How does this look? Does it manifest as more little mini Xaxxes? Or like,
No, the mini
are they like
Xaxes are when
exploding?
Xaxes. The mini Xaxes happen when Xax is in a good mood, so it's just like a
Okay.
normal wisp of like mist that sort of surrounds her to try to
Right.
make her feel a little bit more at ease.
Okay. And the mist is in contrast to the wind still. And that sort of stills her emotions as well. And the wind suddenly cuts immediately. As you suspected, Tarquin, yeah, the emotions of the girl have been brought down. And she says, "Oh, okay. I'm just gonna breathe. There's
Yeah.
people here to help me now. I
Yes.
can do this.
Yes.
Just calm." And as she says this, the kite slowly begins to sort of drift down like a piece of paper kind of wafting back and forth, and it's slowly falling. And the kite's like looking around, like as if, where's the wind gone?
Right, pull it in slowly. Yeah, you should be able to do it now. And we're here to
Okay.
help.
Okay. Okay. How long does that spell last? Is it like constant, or is it just
The calm emotions last for 1 minute.
okay? 1 minute is more than enough time, I think, to reel in a kite. So I won't make this any harder than it needs to be. Surely, sure enough, the girl slowly reels in the kite, and within the minute, she does get the kite fully under control, and it's got a grip of it with both hands now. Still, the string is still tied around her hand though. Oh, and she breathes a sigh of relief. Oh, you guys, thank you. You were the best. If you hadn't come along, I think my arm would have just get pulled off. My name's Fenia.
I'm Tarquin, with the Carnival Cards. This is Xaxx, Rodolfo, Tanwen, Nox, Juniper, and just go through the rest. There's a lot of us now.
There is. Can I give you a hug, mister? Looks up at you, Xaxx. I felt
I
like
didn't. Sure, yeah.
you
Okay.
did something, and it was purple. And you're purple.
Most of my stuff is purple. Yeah.
She hugs you.
Yeah.
It's a quick hug. It's like and then just a squeeze, and then let's go. Well, I should get back.
Get back to
Oh, home.
and
It's not
home
home.
is.
It's not home. It's Motherhorn.
Oh,
I'm
why
not
do you have to go back
happy,
to mother?
but I have to go back.
Why do
As
you have
long
to
as
go back to
Creeping Lynn is
Motherhorn?
there. Sorry, I interrupted.
Oh, that's okay. There's
Wait,
sometimes when I
wait.
speak, it comes in a little bit later than I want it to, so there's like a little
Oh,
bit of a delay from when I say something to when you hear it.
yeah. I was. If I don't come back, Creeping Lynn will be mad.
Well, what can she do?
Um, I could hide.
No, I mean, what can she do if she's mad?
Oh, terrible things like tie more strings to people. She's got lots of strings. She says she's got strings on everyone.
people aren't puppets. So even if she has strings tied to somebody, they have the power to cut the strings. And they have the power to choose whether or not they're going to let the string pull them or they're going to pull back. So we need you to tell us what we can do to help you pull your string back.
I was told if I cut this string, I would grow old. I've heard stories. I believe she was telling the truth when she says that. But it's some
Will
sort
you
of
grow
curse, isn't it?
will you grow old all at once or one day at a time like the rest of us?
Like all at once.
And were you always this young?
Yeah, I'm
You were never
little
old before?
No, I don't think so.
Well, let me ask you this. Why did you accept a string from her?
I thought I was getting a toy.
Oh, that was very insidious of her to promise you a toy and then take it away and trick you like that.
Oh, kite's no fun.
It didn't
And it
look
kind
fun
of
to
looks
me.
mean.
Didn't look fun to me either. Toys should be very, very fun. I have a toy. Do you want to meet her?
Oh, yeah. And she kind of looks towards Samantha, I guess.
I'm gonna reach into Cordelia.
Oh,
And
okay.
so give me a second. I try to keep Samantha dry and safe. And so she's in our Volkswagen. So let me get off the ledge for a second, go back to our Volkswagen, and I'll bring my toy down. Give me just a minute. And I'll go up, get to Cordelia and get Samantha and then bring her down and say, "This is Samantha. She has been
She
my best
smiles.
friend for so many years."
Samantha kind of like waves and
Mhm.
she waves back. And I guess Samantha kind of like waddles up to her and then they sort of she like offers her arms to like be picked up, and yeah, Fenia like picks her up and combs her hair like out of her face because the wind's still like there slightly, but
Aw.
she's just like, wow, she's really pretty.
I know she likes you because you brushed the hair out of her face. That was very thoughtful of you. So she was my best friend and still is. And I lost her for a long time and I'm so happy that I found her. So I understand how important toys are. I really do. Even though that she is so much more than a toy to me.
Hmm. You want to take it back? I don't want to damage her.
Thank you. But thank you for liking her and holding her. I think the others think I'm silly for liking her, but I know. Shh! Don't tell them. I know that.
She smiles. Like, you definitely warmed the child of this heart, the heart of this child, and that kind of foul wind is definitely far gone now. There's actually sort of a nice refreshing breeze in the air, and
S- So if I
yeah.
understand, you have to keep the string, but do you have to keep the kite?
Um, it's sort of attached to the string,
Well,
so
if we untied the kite and then maybe braided the string, um, and wrapped it around your wrist as a bracelet, would that still count as you touching the string?
the kite's eyes go wide. Um, uh, it doesn't have the ability to talk. Its mouth stitched shut. But the child, Phineas, like, oh, Okay, that kind of makes sense. The kite
Right.
kind of tries to shake its grip free.
I just sort of glare
So
at the kite. Stay still or I burn you.
do
Its
can
wide-eyed expressions, it like goes completely still. You would think it's an inanimate object now.
Tarquin, can you untie the kite from the string or the string from the
I
kite?
can certainly try.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, you can do this a lot easier without the wind.
Yeah.
For sure. Tell you what,
And
yeah, you can
while
do.
he's trying that, I'm going to say, what games do you play when you're with your friends? So I'm going to
Um,
distract her.
yeah, yeah. She sort of. We used to go chasing lizards, and we found a cave, and there was like this tasty moss inside. Uh,
Wow, I love chasing lizards. What what did you your favorite lizard that you ever caught? What did it look like?
it was this um green one with little blue spots. We called him
Oh,
Mlem.
oh, that's really cute. Did Muim like the moss as well?
Yeah, and we made up a story that he was like a druid that. No, he had a druid, and the druid awakened the lizard, and the Mlem would go on adventures in dungeons and stuff.
Wow. Well, my friend Xaxx loves eating stuff. He'll eat anything. Xaxx, have you eaten any moss like this?
Probably, yeah.
I can show you
Well,
where the moss is. It's not far from here. She points actually in the
That's
direction of the cave.
oh, should we
Uh,
head that
We could
that
do.
way? I guess.
Did you want me to roll something to try to
uh,
untangle the?
yeah, you can. You can give me like a sleight of hand, or if you have some sort of tools that would help. Oh. I nearly went into a one.
And someone did say I had guidance earlier, so and that lasts like
Yes,
10
yeah.
minutes, so I'll roll that anyway. 15.
15. Yeah, that does it. It's not too difficult. 15 is actually bang on what you needed. And you slowly unthread the string from the kite. And eventually, it's just this crumpled material with nothing kind of like stretching it out. So, yeah, the string was kind of what was keeping it taut. It still has the bows on it, however.
the string
Did,
does. Oh,
yeah. Did you want to
so
untie those as well?
n- no, those probably would be pretty decoration for a little girl.
And also, based on the way that the magic was, I think the bows are where the magic is, so if she loses connection to those.
What I would
It's like
probably try to
it's like
do,
the bird people. Like she
yeah,
and Moongrave will know.
what I try to do is have her hold the end of the string and then wrap it around the other end around her upper arm so that the
Okay.
flags flow down to her elbow but won't impede her hands. And then
Right.
we've got as much wrapped as we can so it's touching her. We would
Yeah.
take the end she's holding and then tuck it in and tie it off.
Okay. Gotcha. Yep. And with that, there doesn't seem to be any risk of the wind suddenly snatching the kite up in the air and then having that whole commotion again. And she looks around at the little pretty bows and she's like, ah, this looks fun. And she sort of like does a little twirl and has them sort of swing around.
And see, and I don't know any other little goblin girl that's got pretty little flags and bows on her arm like you do. So you're special.
Yeah, claps her hands, and then she says, "You guys are great. I don't have much to repay you, but
Well, show us
uh,
where this moss is. Our friend Xaxx has been sad, and maybe this moss will be something he'd
sure,
love to eat and will make him happy.
Yeah.
okay." She does reach inside her pocket though. She says, "Here you go." And she just hands it to you before running off to the cave. Tanwen. And why don't you roll me a D100?
Oh, Oh, that's scary.
We'll find out what she gave you.
All right, D20, D100,
100,
roll.
yeah. An 11. Okay. She handed you a crystal orb. And
Oh,
this
this,
does have some magic on it that Rodolfo can sense. God knows why a child would have this, but she says if you ask her about it, she'll tell you, but maybe she's already kind of like skipped off.
Now,
this is
Okay.
gorgeous.
Yeah,
Do
sorry.
I keep it in my hand? Do I drop it?
It's up
Is
to
this
you.
about to explode?
put it in your bag for now. I
Okay.
guess. This kite, now that it's no longer taut, could it be rolled up?
Yeah, if you wanted to.
I'm gonna
It's an enchantment magic on there. Just it's only faint, Rodolfo. It's very faint.
I'm
But it's
gonna
necromantic, you said before?
No, sorry, enchantment.
Oh, enchantment, okay.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
roll up the kite and keep it in my bag. I have an idea for
Sure.
it later.
Okay. The kite does like shuffle slightly as if like it's confused what's happening. And then before its face can show any more emotion, it's already rolled up.
As I roll it up, I say, "Don't worry, I've got some good news for you, and you'll get to fly again soon."
It doesn't know whether it's a threat or if it's a promise. So I guess roll intimidation because it might it definitely interprets it that way. Yeah, it's worried. It's confused. It's not necessarily scared. It's just sort of like, oh god. I hope he means well. In any case, the child has skipped off and shows you a little cave. It's not too far, and she says, "In here." And you see her like poke her head around the corner again. Come on.
Well, let's go spelunking, everybody.
And considering we've had a couple of people post, or that might be the same person posting twice, considering, is that a good place to wrap up?
Yeah, that's great. In fact, you can enjoy a nice downtime of eating this strange, funny moss. You gather around little cave. It's not It's not like a long tunnel. It's just sort of like a small crevice, basically. But yeah, you can sort of sit there. We zoom away from the rest from the party uh, as they nibble on this tasty moss that she has found. And there sure is a lot of little lizards around here as well. But yeah, that is a perfect place to end. So we'll sign off here.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for watching. Congrats to these guys for basically getting every single Corrid clan to unite. So they didn't miss a beat. They went the full 8. So
Yep.
good job on that.
As I said, it's the only way to defy fate.
Yeah. And there were some really nice touching moments as well. Today's role playing, that's cool. That's good.
Right.
But yeah, thanks for watching.
Yep, thanks
See you
for
all next week.
watching.
Thank you.
Yep, potentially join us Friday for our Breathless Cargo thing run by Steph. And of course, join us next Sunday for the next part of this. But bye for now.
Bye. See ya.